Hello, friends. My name is Puesto Enrico, and I am what's sometimes known as Puesto de Taquiendo de Femias de People, or what will come to be known eventually as Talking with Famous People. I made an executive decision to start over. And right now, I've arbitrarily declared this episode 1, the first episode ever of Talking with Famous People. So if anybody should happen to show up to this, the very first episode ever of Talking with Famous People, well, you'll be able to tell it's the first episode by this beginning music. This music says things are beginning right now. Episode 0001. We need 3 zeros because we will get to 10,000 videos, that is, not subscribers. But anyway, you're here at the very beginning. Anton Dianova. You're the first person I ever talked to with Talking with Famous People. Here at the beginning of episode 1. The very, very beginning of everything, you might call it. The Garden of Eden doesn't happen until after this. Okay? Hi, Isgarn, you're number 2. You must be Eve. If Anton's Adam, and this beginning music represents your one true God, then you must be Eve. Oh, almighty beginning music, take me away. In the beginning there was the beat, and oh, but it was good. At the beginning of Catwall songs, Catwall was competed to all the way live, this band that I was in with Corey. At the beginning of Catwall songs, I would say, in the beginning, there were the world. I'm sorry, I just think I remember it. It goes like this. In the beginning, and I mean the very beginning, before there was anything, there were the world and the people as always. I wish I hadn't messed with this beat. I wish I just left that out of what used to be, but I did stuff to it for this other project. Now I'd have to go back and refix it to be the way it was. I don't really want this part of the beat. It's less beginning-ish than I want it to be. Regardless, the point is that in the beginning, and I mean the very beginning, before there was anything, there were the world and the people as always. And the only difference was that everything the people did was perfect. For they were in a state of perfect robotic mind. And of course, in the very beginning, before there was anything, there was Pre-Creator, and there was Alienator. But the other gods had not yet come into being. So we're off to a terrible start here on the first episode of Talking with Famous People. Well, that wasn't actually a click track click. That was a purposely put in clav sound, which sounds kind of like a click track click. Okay, well, the very, very beginning's over, so let's go to the very beginning now. Which is a little different than the very, very beginning, okay? Here we go. The very beginning. It's enough with the very, very beginning. Here we go. Nice and peaceful. Are we all ready to be peaceful now? We started off in a warlike fashion, but we're moving towards peace. Why? Because inside of each of our hearts is a huge pile of love. Massive. A pile as big as the Empire State Building. So I want to welcome you all to the very first episode of Talking with Famous People. We're going to skip that first beginning. That was a false beginning. It was a false start. Somebody ran before the gun was shot off by the guy. Somebody ran before the gun had fired. Somebody ran off before the gun was shot off by the guy. Somebody ran before the gun was fired. That made it a false start. Now we're starting for reals. This is the beginning. The very, very, very beginning of Talking with Famous People starts right here, right now. There's the gun. We're off and running. This is it. Look at us go. Talking with Famous People underway. Having begun the biggest race of its life. Running. I'm running down the track. Racing my way. It's Talking with Famous People's very first day. Come on, let's succeed. I'm succeeding. Are you succeeding? Let's all feel like we're succeeding. Maybe eventually we'll really succeed. That's the spirit. So, you were surprised when you turned on this channel not having any idea what it was. Because it's being its very first day and everything. You thought, wow, I did not expect to get this. But your expectations were not adequate to the reality you would come to encounter. Future expectations will be informed accordingly, of course, by the surprising, not like what you expectedness of this channel, based on the name. You thought I'd be talking with famous people, didn't you? Nope, we start things around here. We're really into beginnings. We're having one right now. We've always really been into being brand new. If I never change the episode from 1 to 2, this channel remains forever brand new. Every single day, episode 1. Never episode 2. Constantly new. Everything you want in life delivered on a silver plate to your ears by me here at this channel. People come in, they ask questions, I give them answers. They ask answers, I give them questions. They provide information, I interpret it. They provide interpretations, I fill in the missing information. Every single one of those things I do every single day in episode 1. It's a never-ending episode 1 from life that fills in everything all the time for everyone. Welcome to Talking with Famous People, yeah. Episode 1, it's gonna be like this from now on all the time. Episode 1, never ever go into episode 2. I'm gonna thread all of my videos into one super duper 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 long video. Then I'm just gonna have one video on my channel. It'll be episode 1. Episode 1, everybody loves episode 1. It marks beginning and so much fun. It's episode 1. Let's make episode 1 all the time forever. This is episode 1. This is the beginning, the very beginning of a channel called Talking with Famous People. It doesn't ever talk with any famous people, but that's okay, cause it's just episode 1. Episode 1, no episode 1. Everybody always likes to watch episode 1. When episode 2 arrives, things are done. That's why it's episode 1 forever. Welcome to episode 1. The very first episode of Talking with Famous People. Aren't you lucky to have gotten here, son, in time for episode 1? Wow, you're an early adopter. You got here for episode 1 of Talking with Famous People. Later today, I've got to go to San Diego. What? San Diego? Yep. Later today, I'm going to San Diego in my car. I said later today, I'm going to San Diego in my car. Well, why, Eric? Why are you going to San Diego? You must ask, with an urgency heretofore unknown. And I'd say, well, I'm going to San Diego because that's where Rachel's mom's timeshare is. And that's where Rachel is too. She's with her mom at a timeshare in San Diego. In San Diego. In San Diego. In San Diego. I'm feeling a little silly, you guys. I'm sorry. Don't worry, this beat will end soon enough. You'll be free, finally liberated from background music, which sort of renders everything into a beginning of a show thing, you know? It's the beginning. You can hear it with the percussion. Gosh, this beginning's stretching on for a long time. Well, you know, I like beginnings, as I was saying. I hate it when you get to the middle. It's like, now we're in the middle. Ends are dumb too, because then it's like, now it's over. Beginnings, that's where it's at, you know? Drag understands. He says, boom, boom, chicka chop, boom. Boom, boom, chicka ka boom. Boom, boom, chicka ka boom. Drag has landed. He says a boom, boom, a chicka chop, boom. A boom, 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 chicka chop, boom. Boom, boom, chicka chop, boom. Drag has landed. He lands with a thump on the ground, having jumped from an airplane from 40,000 feet. Wow, what an impressive leap he made without a parachute and landed on his feet okay. Drag has arrived with a boom boom thump. As it lands in the ground and dumps all his gear to the side, rips out his AK and starts blowing every single motherfucker away. He's Drag! He's Drag! That's pretty good. That's a pretty good intro welcoming rap for you, Drag. You scored. You came up there. I turned you into an action hero. A keyboard in your room. Like this kind of keyboard? This is the kind of keyboard that when you push it, it doesn't go beep, 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 beep. Well, sounds like it's the beginning's almost over. Yeah. Maybe, but the beginning might have one last gasp of life. We'll find out. Right now it's just open hi-hat. Now it's pedal and a little clav. Got your open hi-hat and your pedal and a little bit of clav. I got your open hi-hat. There's a kick drum. You pedal a little bit of clav. I got your open hi-hat and the kick drum there and the open pedal and the clav. I got your open pedal, kick drum, regular kick drum, and the clav and the other thing. Yeah, it's almost all the pieces that have been put in now. SI test. They're talking with famous people. Remember my typing my name when you tapped me a month ago? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No way in hell I remember you. If I saw you, I might remember something though too. If I saw you, I still wouldn't remember your name unless for some reason you struck out as especially strange, like perhaps you threw a pie into my face. I'd remember that probably, just in case. Hi, Dad.
Just take a second here. You got a second?
Yeah, I'm live streaming, but it's fine. Let me mute this. Okay, I'm back. Now there's no more musics. Sir Thomas, I heard some guy like this by the band Modest Mouse. The guy just rhymed random shit together for like 10 minutes. I thought to myself, this guy seems like an ENTP. He must be, yeah. There aren't very many types who both can do it and want to do it all the time. I could seriously go through my whole day speaking in iambic pentameter, rhyming in iambic pentameter. And I've spent periods of my life doing that, but of course people don't like it. To this day, I felt like I didn't say half of what I wanted during that typing session because anxiety screamed louder than thoughts. I blanked. Huh. Well, I mean, it's okay. I actually super glad you said what you just said right there, which is this a cognitive quality or defect? Well, what it is it's a prioritization of one end of something at the expense of something else. So, because I prioritize um, doing a lot of uh, doing a lot of thinking that's not reviewing stuff that's already occurred, then I'm spending little time reviewing what's already occurred, so it's not particularly sticky. And you can't have both. What type did you turn out to be? Or do you think maybe I got you wrong or something? Mattia Sanchez, hello. Mattia Sanchez is here, guys. Remember him? He's a nice fellow who sometimes leaves nice comments on my cat videos. I appreciate that, Mattias. Not everybody is willing to leave comments on those. Haikus are dumb. Limericks are a little, or limericks are harder than iambic pentameter because iambic pentameter is a metric form, whereas a limerick is a structural form as well. So I don't think I could pull off limericks. To talk continually in limericks would have to be would reset the way I approach talking it completely because I'd have to approach a concept and come up with an entire limerick for it before saying it. Versus speaking in iambic pentameter, I just have to know what I want to say and just change the words around to say it so it fits that form, the metric form. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter whether people smoke pot or drink or whatever before a typing session. It won't impact my typing of them. You really can't. You really can't situationally change which type you are in that fashion because, whatever reaction you have to the situation, whether it's you're nervous or you're not really acting like yourself or whatever, to some extent I've accounted for that. In other words, you're just looking like your type doing that. You're not looking like a different type. So it doesn't really matter. The thing is, usually you will hear situational excuses for uh, failure at TI or NE, one of those two. So if somebody does poorly on NE and feels like they really should have done better because now, later after the fact, they can think of more things, well, I mean, they're missing the point, right? I think if I had typed you after you smoked weed, you'd think I was an NI-DOM. Um, well, I don't think the weed smoking would impact your TI very much. And see, that's the other thing is to the extent that a drug is likely to negatively impact my ability to type somebody, it's because that type's very unlikely to do that drug. ESTPs don't like smoking pot. ENTPs love smoking pot. Who knows? Who knows why? I don't know why. And that's and so okay, look. And drag this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So that's exactly what you expect as an explanation from somebody who's got not conscious TI. Conscious TI defaults such that it automatically gets what I'm getting at, right? And polar TI least gets what I'm getting at. Um, 6 slot TI gets what I'm getting at after it's explained what I'm getting at to them, and then they more successfully answer the questions. So it's like, I mean, I would expect 6 slot to figure out what I'm getting at relatively quickly because it's fairly normal to demand TI as a subject function from people. Okay, so drag, and then did I put it into words for you and you got it right? Because that's another example of the same concept but expressed in a different way, which is I typed that ISFJ lady yesterday. I asked her that in symbols and she didn't get it, and then I asked her in words and she got it, no problem. And what you're saying is, unlike her, you could then generalize back to the idea and get what I'm doing with the symbols and do it correctly. And probably the methodology you would use to do that would be to put words in place and then convert back to symbols. That's 6 slot. That sounds consistent with 6 slot TI. TI people don't have any problem because they see words themselves as symbols anyway. Oh, well, I'm talking about the lady I typed yesterday. Well, drag, I got a couple things to say about that. Number one, in every typing session, how good a job did Eric do? Lands somewhere between these two hands. And, hopefully these two hands are way over here towards the top of does a good job rather than way over here towards the bottom of generally does a shitty job. But no matter what, I'm going to have a range of good. Eric does a great job or Eric does a not such a great job for Eric, right? So it's quite possible that I was in one of those not such a great job for Eric things and under pushed on an area where I should have pushed more. There was a typing session I did the other day, which was I kind of want to find it and rewatch it, in which I did a very good and thorough job, and that was me at my very best, and it took about an hour and 20 minutes or something. And at the end of it, I was very confident. I had pushed on all of the gray areas to make them either black or white more clearly and so it's like I'm not always that good, but I would like to be that good all the time. But we're all human. We have a range of expressions of self, contingent on lots of different things, and sometimes it just feels like my intuition is dimmer than other times, like anti-ignoring expresses sometimes more vividly than others. Like it seems to me that there are occasions when I can tell like my intuition's not giving me anything almost, which is surprising. No, I'm not saying you disagree with the result. I'm saying you're probably accurately critiquing my process against the ideal. So it's like there are some instances where critiquing my process against the ideal, I still score check mark. But in almost every instance, since the ideal is my single very best effort, it's going to fall so much short of that, and so there's always room to critique there. That's operating in what I call negative points land, though, right? You can never get positive points. You can only get to 0. Kimberly tried to make me live my entire life like that, and I was like, oh, yeah. Eventually, I was like, wait a second. It seems like the best I can ever do is not fail with you. I can never succeed. Well, and I can't exactly eliminate ESFJ. That's an example of, and this is how I know when I didn't do my very best job. In part, it's because when somebody says something after the fact, to go, yeah, maybe that is possible. It means, okay, yeah, I'm realizing I didn't really eliminate that well enough. It's a tricky bunch of things to to balance. And yesterday I was hamstrung by two things. One, her internet was shit, and two, I I had a thing at 12:15, so I couldn't go longer than that. I would have kept her around for longer if she were willing to stay, and I would have nailed it down better. But I had to go to that thing at 12:15, so that was unfortunate. I don't have in mind a specific worst, most inaccurate videotyping so far, but I do remember there was this one lady who had insisted at the beginning that it be kept private, and I remember it being a clusterfuck of a disaster. Well, I referred to it recently. It was something recent, and because I was explaining to Jeff Shaw one night. No, I am not always correct. You should have seen this typing today. It was a fucking disaster. I'm really glad that one wasn't public, actually, despite my generally pro-transparent thing. I found that one that would have been embarrassing. I did a terrible job. Like I got her way wrong, and then I had too much confidence in it, and then I got corrected, and I double checked, and she was right, and it was. Uh, the internet bugged me. I kept not being able to hear. There was no able to. I had no ability to fluidly get into my flow, because I was constantly having to wait for. Um, I got frustrated because I couldn't get into my flow. I kept getting disrupted out of it by the interruptions of the internet and stuff. I mean, a lot of times I couldn't hear all those words, right? It was garbled, and I was sort of trying to intuit what she meant from it. I find those kind of tech difficulties interfere with my. I'm constantly having to pull out of a process that requires some immersiveness, for me to work. Or to make to work and for me to be happy anyway. Well, I mean, I didn't really test much TE directly. The little bit of TE I did test definitely landed square in the polar range in terms of self-reporting, but it was kind of self-reporting-y stuff. I didn't do a great job with Maggie, but I wasn't inherently bored by the way she put things. I, like I said, I was frustrated by the lack of smooth flow of the whole thing, and that was mostly about tech stuff. I was married to an ESFJ for many years. I mean, it's fine. These critiques are all fine. I know I'm imperfect, and I do want to get better. And you know, what I loved typing that ENTP chick the other day. That was fantastic. I loved how she tried to pull. Yes, it was a rhyme. That's fucking classic young ENTP. She's used to being able to get away with that shit. you know. I like seeing ISFJs getting type 2. And I'll tell you, I've had several referrals. And the referrals seem to get me uh, access to more normal people. Instead of just people who like this channel, which you guys aren't normal. Okay, none of you are normal at all. If you're watching this channel regularly, you are abnormal people. Are you talking about the lady yesterday? I mean, I see that as much more ISFJ on the spot than ESFJ. ESFJ is third slot NE. They kind of revel at being given the chance. I mean, we don't really argue about it usually. I remember one time, yes, this was back when I was living in Laverne, there was an ESFP slash ISFP Probably ISFP, but the point is, she thought she was like INTP, and I argued with her, then Susie argued with her. We all tried, me and then somebody else, we all tried to get through to her. We spent like 4 hours trying to explain what FI was and why she was FI and not TI, and it ended with nobody learning anything. Like, she didn't learn anything, right? Kaploon. Kaploon is not a bad name for a cap with a balloon. I didn't have any names in mind for it. It's a terrible invention. You know? Chapeau Whippet. Sombrero of tapping. The tapped out sombrero. See, because what I was thinking about it, it's like you're doing nitrous hits from your hat, not really blowing up balloons. Yeah, I mean, you're blowing up the balloons, but the purpose of the balloon blowing up is so that you can administer to yourself the nitrous hit. That's my vision there, really. Presumably, you could give people balloons without having them do the nitrous, but it seems like it would be a waste of the nitrous to me. You know, it's an even bigger waste of nitrous oxide, making cars go faster. Who cares? Why are you wasting it on your car? Yeah. No, well, Susie was so calm throughout the whole thing. The other lady was angry. I was angry. But we brought in Susie to be calm lady. But she kept running into the same wall that we did, which is just this inability, refusal to listen to anything in terms of words as they mean things. And eventually she gave up, you know. We brought in the calmness expert to try to solve this problem. And even she couldn't calm her way through it. So it was a mess. I don't remember, some lady. I don't know if it's published. I don't know, man. It's like the amount of attention I direct towards archival shit is much lower than it should be at the end of the day. But of course, that's what it means to be an ENTP. I wish if I made 10% better use of everything I made, I'd probably have 100% better outcomes. I mean, those questions are impossible to answer, Drag. Lots of shit happened. Things change, you know? It may be related, it may not be Legends Fall. These are the mysteries. What we need is somebody who's an archiving type to get OCD about me. You know? If we had somebody who's an archiving type to get crazy obsessed with me and my material for their own personal reasons and pursue the access needed to organize things well, make databases about, you know, cross-indexing stuff, basically making all the transcripts of all the videos searchable in ways that are meaningful, make for a meaningful parabolic database, then that would be fantastic. But the only way that's ever going to happen is under those circumstances. If somebody who's naturally an archiving type with a lot of free time should happen to become OCD obsessed with me and my shit and wishing to archive it and ask me to give them access to do so, that's the only way it's ever going to happen. I mean, the only other possibility would be I get rich enough that I hire somebody to do it. I do have kind of a weirdly absolute value about SI stuff. I think people do with their fourth slot, you know. It's not exactly instrumental. It's like half instrumental, half absolute. I would love to have a good, robust, parabolic searchable database of all of my stuff. You know, that's exactly what I want in life. But I don't want it enough to do it because that would prevent me from. It's like while I'm doing that, I have to go on sabbatical from being Eric, and I don't really like that. All the front stack functions are absolute to a certain degree. It's just that they get sacrificed to 1 and 3. Well, I sort of agree with you. It's like this: your tool function is a operational value, which is to say you treat it as an absolute value when others don't uphold it. But it's not really an absolute value for yourself. In that, at the end of the day, if you're honest with yourself, you want what you want, and your justifications are just your justifications. Thanks, Yo Yo. I will. I'm in there right now. I'm recording. Did you ever know that you're my hero? You are the wind beneath my wings. How was that? That's a good take? Terrible, you say? I have to do it again, I guess. I'm trying to be the new Celine Dion. Oh, Tommy, old lady. Right. Well, you're right, Legends Fault. If someone comes at me with TE, I will certainly treat TI like it's an absolute value. Um, well, the problem is TI is not a good defense against TE. Somebody coming at you with TE, right? It's only when they're coming at you with TI that's that's specifically colored via the TE frame that you treat TI as an absolute value. If somebody comes at me and says, "You did this in a really dumb way, and now we have to go like scoot 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 to get through here every time we have to walk through here," I'm not going to have any TI defense unless somebody gave me a clear set of instructions that I follow. But even then, that's really an SITE defense. It's only when people bring their TE into TI style arguments that we treat TI as an absolute value. So if somebody goes, "Well, we should do it because, look, I mean, we're going to save $200. Yeah, but it's at the expense of all of these things in a way that's unjust, you know? Then they're bringing TE into justifications for why we should do things instead of justifications for how we should do things, and it's misplaced. And we say, hey, you're using the wrong tool function, or whatever. But it's like, as a consequence, we're susceptible when things aren't subject to that kind of argument. That's why it's our critical parent. I know which of my parents was the critical parent. It was very clear. It was my father. My father is the critical parent. Rachel fucked up yesterday. Oh my god. I was actually almost mad at her for a minute. We had the house more or less ready for my dad's coming back. Because when my dad comes back from vacation, he does not want to see anything that he did not see the moment he left. So, there should be no crumbs where there were not previously crumbs. He may have spilled some crumbs on the floor over there, and I can leave those crumbs there, and I will never get told anything. But if there's 5 crumbs a little ways away from it that weren't there before, I'm going to hear about it. For sure. Every time. And so we had the place pretty cleaned up, but I didn't do my normal scouring that I do to make sure it's cleaner than it was before he left. He won't complain if it's cleaner than it was, but he very well may complain if I move a empty cup that he left there on purpose, because that's my operations cup. As if I try to get his coffee cup. Anyway, well, Rachel, after we had done everything, just had a brain fart or whatever, and went and emptied some some kind of corn chowdery thing stuff into the sink and sort of just loosely rinsed it, the bulk of it down, and got some of it all on the edge of the thing. It was like it was a mess, right? And then I think she had intended to come back and get it in a second. She was going. It was one of those like, okay, well, let me go here and then I'll come back and get this, and then she forgot about it. So then when my dad came out and was like mad at me, and I'm like, okay, Dad, now I'm trying to think, what did I fucking do? What did I miss? What's going on here? I'm like, well, can you give me an example? And he said, well, come look. And I looked at the sink. I'm like, how the fuck did this happen? It wasn't like this 2 hours ago. You know, I don't know what happened here, Dad, but you're right. You're right. I have no excuses or complaints about this. You're absolutely right to complain. And I don't know what happened. But it's like, um, and then we got, there's another step in running the dishwasher, you guys, because we had run the dishwasher not that long before he got home. It was done, but we didn't have a chance yet to unload it. So it's like, I know, Dad, just give me a minute. Oh, fuck. But of course, I have nothing I can say. I had plenty of foreknowledge. I should have done all of this shit sooner so that none of it he had to see. And there's not a goddamn thing I can say about it, right? It's like, no, you're right. I know how you are. You made it very clear what you want. What you want is reasonable. If I weren't such a complete fucking tard, I would totally be able to do it every time. And yet somehow I forget something, miss something, Rachel misses something. I don't know. It's like when he walked in the door, I was taking the last load of laundry from the dryer into our room for folding. And he smiled at me like, okay, you got it out of there in time. I won't count this as something to yell at. I'm scrambling. Get the laundry to the room because my dad's gonna yell at me. His basic operating procedure is police your area, as he said to me many times. Police your area is a great general term that basically says don't make a mess, I guess, or don't let shit get gross. Police your area is a good term. It's basically saying you're responsible for law and order in your area. And every area has a somewhat different standard of exactly what comprises the right amount of order and the right amount of liberty. But ultimately, it's better to run a tight ship than a loose ship. Jar Jar Binks is underrated. I mean, when he's universally hated, I'm not sure underrated is the right term. I mean, he should just be disliked, not loathed. That he's better than Scrappy. Who's another terrible character besides Scrappy and Jar Jar? Those are your archetypal terrible characters. But who else? Who's a terrible character like that? I don't know. Anybody help me out? Anybody think of another terrible character like that? I don't know. I don't know who Godzuki is. Poochie the dog, I'm not sure who that is. We got Scrappy, we got Jar Jar, but somebody else that falls in the category of Jar Jars and Scrappies. Dr. Farnsworth's son. No, he wasn't such a terrible character. I mean, he was unlikable, but um, I don't think a terrible addition to Futurama, really. But that's a joke about terrible characters. That's not an actual example of it. Oh, Godzuki is the Scrappy Doo of Godzilla. You know, I'm tempted to put Sai from Naruto in there. I I never got, you know. So Sasuke leaves the group, and he gets replaced by Sai, who's this drawing guy with no emotions. I never really, I was never really feeling it with him. You know, he seems kind of eh. Hi,
You busy?
I can mute this. I'm live streaming, but I can mute it. Okay, everybody, I will be back shortly. I'll put on some background music while I'm gone so that you can enjoy the sound of something other than silence. God. What a weird and awesome conversation I just had. Whoa. That was intense. I didn't know what that was going to be about. It was so refreshingly direct, I guess. So my dad came in and said he wanted to talk to me for a bit. Let me turn off this music. And so, I put on the background music as an intermission. And I said, okay, hey, Dad, what's up? And he said, well, pull up a chair. And we sat out on the deck there. And so Rachel's mom's in town. And she came to see the house yesterday and where we live inside and out here and stuff. And out here, if you were to look around the room, what you'd see is, like bongs, not very clean, cigarette butts, different little piles of weed, different places. like a vape and or Dimitri pen, bottles of pills. What you don't see are empty alcohol bottles. But other than that, it's the textbook. And this is clean. We cleaned up in anticipation of Rachel's mom coming. So basically, my dad's thing was he wanted to get a sense of what Rachel's mom thought about Rachel being here. And in a weird way, he gave his blessing to the whole thing. He said, like, okay, well, because he thought that Rachel's mom was going to be like, that's squalor or something. But in fact, Rachel's mom knows Rachel in the same way that my dad knows me. And that the experience of his son is something he's come to accept. As long as his son remembers to keep it out of his shit, And the same thing is true of Rachel's mom and Rachel. Rachel's mom knows who her daughter is, but my dad is thinking on some level that Rachel is better than this, I guess. And so once I reassured him that no, Rachel's mom is happy and grateful that her daughter's here with us, and Rachel's dad is too, and they've been in contact with her about the serotonin syndrome thing, and Rachel's also very happy and grateful to be here with us. And my dad says, well, so what is it with you and Rachel? Like, what kind of thing are we talking about here? I said, well, she's my life partner. I mean, I expect to be with her for the rest of my life. I've never been in a relationship anywhere close to this comfortable. And he says, well, I like Rachel. She's not, I have nothing against Rachel, but, my perception is basically she's useless. She does the laundry. She does the dishes. I don't even think she cleans the dishes that well, to be honest. And I'm like, Dad, I know that's your perception of her. I already know that. And I get it. I understand and talk about it, in fact, on the internet, that your personality type is such that you're not going to see her as being useful at all. And and then he's like, well, I really like her mom. I really saw eye to eye with her mom about things. I'm like, well, I know you don't care with this personality type stuff, Dad, but that's because you and her mom are the same personality type. And, well, sure, it's because we have the same interests. Okay, Dad. Okay. So the thing is, it may sound a weird way to give to people your blessing. He confirmed that we weren't going to have kids, and then basically said, "Well, I'm seeing this arrangement staying like this in perpetuity. Then, right? I should assume that this is how it's going to be from now on, right?" And I'm like, "That unless you change it," and that was that. Like, isn't that an interesting conversation? He just wanted to make sure that I knew that Rachel didn't provide much utility under his metric, and that I had accounted for that when picking a life partner, and that I was serious about this being my life partner. And RDL, that's insane. What you're saying, you're not getting it at all. Rachel's mom came to visit on a trip that was planned a long time ago. It just happened to coincide with serotonin syndrome. But Rachel's family and I already finished all of our conflict, and I won all battles forever because they were treating her mental illness as a marijuana smoking problem, and she was mentally ill as a consequence, meh, off and on to hotter, colder degrees for 10 years. And then she joined me. We hired a private psychiatrist, got her on the right meds, and she's been perfectly sane ever since, smoking all the weed she wants. And, in other words, I utterly crushed everything I was mad about as both worth crushing and totally wrong. So I saved her from a lot of things that she needed to be saved from, that they were, some of which they were unsuccessfully trying to save her from, some of which they were making worse, some of which they didn't notice or care about, etc. Okay? I've already talked all the shit there is to talk about her family on the internet, and it doesn't matter because everybody's coming to understand how I operate, which is there's no secret things going on, right? I don't say shit in order to secretly leverage whatever. I'm just saying what I'm thinking. That's it. That's the beautiful thing about not being secretive or private or whatever. There's no hidden agenda. All my agendas are right up front. And if you are the subject of one of my agendas, then it means you're fucking up. And that's good that you're a subject of my agenda then. So, no, Rachel's mom and Rachel's dad both are grateful to me, and we get along fine. Now, Rachel's dad and I have had a more kind of a hurtful exchange where I was being a bully, basically, and I have felt bad about it ever since. But that's because he's an ENFP, and there's something about me that just wants to smash FI Tool into submission, Well, the thing is, everything's great. Rachel's family appreciates that Rachel is no longer a ongoing problem for them, as she was when in the previous arrangement where she was meowly treated for her bipolar mania and meowly able to hold a job accordingly and living at home and in a home that enforced very strict rules against marijuana while consuming alcohol and tried to force that preference of those pairs on her, and tried to get her treated for cannabis addiction and stuff. It was a nightmare. But the thing is, they have nothing. Our personal history and everything played out like she came to live here, and she didn't come to live here. She came here to visit. And when I found out about some bullshit they were pulling, I tried to talk to them and say, okay, she's coming back home, but you guys aren't going to do this anymore to her, are you? And they wouldn't have that conversation with me. And so I couldn't in good conscience send her back home. Then at Christmas, she went totally batshit crazy, and I had no choice but to send her back home after she destroyed my dad's garage and stuff. But what happened later after that? I still didn't break up with her, and then her brother kicked her out of the house for smoking weed, not inside the house even, and then she had to come back here. Well, that was when we genuinely got her healthy by getting Dr. Ingram, who prescribed the right combination of drugs, and boom, Rachel was suddenly totally sane, and you could see the light of crazy go out of her eyes, and it was a beautiful, amazing thing that happened, right? And she's been perfectly mentally healthy since, until Eric got a little careless with let's have fun, and she ended up getting serotonin syndrome because a couple of things I didn't realize. One, Adderall is also a contributor to serotonin syndrome. In other words, I thought it's just a dopamine reuptake inhibitor. If you research it, it actually impacts serotonin stuff as well. So that was a contributing factor. DMT, very little research done on its impacts, but it is known operationally to work on the brain by a flood of serotonin, which, if prevented from being reuptook by a buildup of SSRIs over the course of years, you've got a perfect storm to have a huge serotonin flood. And I just didn't take ownership of being knowledgeable about it enough, because it's not my job technically, right? It's Rachel's job to be the owner of that stuff. But the reality is, I'm the one who's capable of researching things extremely well and understanding things extremely well, etc. DMT is not fine with an SSRI if you have a perfect storm of things, okay? Now, granted, now don't get me wrong, the art of being you. Rachel successfully did smoke DMT multiple occasions before this particular occasion. On this particular occasion, which was a Christmas party that was on either the 24th or the 26th, it was on one of the days around Christmas. We went to a friend's house, and on the way, we happened to see in the street a container of DMT that would fit onto a vape pen, and we were like, "Hey, what good luck for us!" And we grabbed it, and we took it with us, and we shared it with our friend, and we had quite a bit of it. Okay, Rachel doesn't smoke tobacco. We had quite a bit of it, and everything was fine. Everything was feeling good, except Rachel started feeling these tinglies. It said on it. It had a label. So we trusted the label. This is DMT, it said on it. I know, crazy the way things work like that. How you just find things in the street that are so clear. So then she also took a microdose of acid that night, and we hit the DMT on multiple occasions. I know, it was such good fortune. Right on our way to a party, huh? And then the next day, we had some left, so we hit it at home. And it was that next day when she hit it hard at home, that it really kicked in and made her sick. Like, she had to get up and puke and lie down, and she was done at that point. It was just a combination of a bunch of things, and then finally, too much. And then for like a day or two after, we didn't know what was going on. She was still taking her SSRI. That didn't help, you know. It's got a 2 week half life, so it's basically out of your system in 3 weeks, and it takes 3 full weeks for her to recover from this. Although I will say she's definitely getting better. Her ability to move around, her stumbliness is way down. Her dropsiness is starting to drop down, starting to get less common. And also, at first, you could see it even impacting her ability to cognate normally. She wasn't talking quite. She was like halting in her speech even. So it really has the capacity to alter your whole being. And if you're not on that SSRI, it usually goes away in 24 to 48 hours. She's still suffering from it. The thing is, I don't take any SSRIs, and I'm not worried about getting it myself because I don't know. I've always hit shit hard, and the only thing that made me worry about myself physically or medically was after I took um, really strong ecstasy one time. I got twitchy. I was twitchy the next day. I'd have involuntary twitches, and that was the last time I ever took ecstasy. So, okay, I'll tell you who's the scrappy fly guy. Thank you for saying that. The girlfriend of the nerd character in Cobra Kai. That's a scrappy. Like, it's just not a believable character. He like the nerdy guy who's into Dungeons and Dragons stuff get like the super hot, like sultry runway model girl. And what a how great did she happen to like guys like it's just no, just stop. Just stop. It doesn't work on an FE level. Nobody's getting any glow of FE from that because they don't believe it. Ross's baby mama. Excellent call, Fly Guy. Absolutely right on the money. Excellent. Now, you know what's weird? I would say Tom Selleck, except somehow he pulled it off in Friends, being Monica's boyfriend. But you're absolutely right. Ross's baby mama. You know, Janice had the possibility of being a scrappy, except she actually ended up being pretty funny. Janice. She's always like that, you know. Fucking Janice. He's so crazy. So, I've never encountered, I mean, probably the instances in my life when I was most medically endangered by consuming intoxicants all linked to alcohol, but I don't remember ever feeling like, oh, I'm putting myself medically at risk right now with any drugs. I never felt that way. Oh, crack cocaine. I got like chemical pneumonia basically from smoking it all night. No, it's not permanent damage. Everything I've read, everything I've read about it has been very clear on this that there are no long-term lingering consequences from it. However, somebody put a link to something that I've been looking for essentially from the outset of my research and have not found up until now, which is a disease that has exactly the symptoms that Rachel is showing that's different than serotonin syndrome. In fact, I directly asked the doctor that, and she said there was no such thing. The nurse practitioner. It's called Guillain-Barré disease or something like that. And it's actually a form of food poisoning. And if I had known about this, I would have qualified some of my certainty about it being serotonin syndrome. Because having read about it at great length, it's actually possible she has that. I think it's still very much more likely she has serotonin syndrome, but it's possible she has that. If somebody could Google it, or I'd Google it myself, but I don't know exactly what it's called but it's like Guillain-Barré syndrome, something like that. Here. So look at this. Guillain-Barré syndrome is a rare autoimmune disorder in which a person's own immune system damages the nerves, causing muscle weakness and sometimes paralysis. Symptoms can last for a few weeks to several years. Most people fully recover, but some have permanent nerve damage. Some people have died of GBS. GBS is usually first experienced as weakness or tingling sensation in both legs. Many times it spreads to the arms and upper body. Symptoms may increase until some muscles cannot be used at all. In severe cases, the person can become paralyzed. Symptoms can progress over hours, days, or weeks, and weakness typically peaks within the first 2 weeks after symptoms appear. Recovery may take as little as a few weeks or as long as a few years. Several things are known to trigger GBS. About 2/3 of people with GBS had diarrhea or respiratory illness several weeks before developing symptoms. Infection with Campylobacter jejuni, which causes diarrhea, is one of the most common risk factors for GBS. People can also develop GBS after other infections such as flu, cytomegalovirus, Epstein-Barr virus, and Zika virus. Very rarely, people have developed GBS days or weeks after receiving certain vaccines. About 1 in every 1,000 reported Campylobacter illnesses leads to GBS. As many as 40% of the GBS cases in the U.S. are thought to be triggered by Campylobacter infection. GBS is rare, affecting only 1 in 100,000 people. So this is exactly the thing I asked the nurse practitioner. Is there some rare disease that has exactly these symptoms that might account for this other than serotonin syndrome? And her exact answer was no. But fucking thank God for the internet, you know? Where somebody who knows something left a useful comment to point me to this. Could she be suffering from that? Yeah, it's possible. I don't know about the diarrhea. I know she puked, but I don't know if she had diarrhea or not. I didn't ask her. Yeah, your all your credential, nurse practitioner, your certification, all that stuff, it dies before the sword of Google. But the thing is, I didn't find it either looking for it with Google. I had to have somebody link me to it. So whatever I was Googling, my search terms didn't lead me to this thing. Probably because I was beginning with the notion that yeah, the thing is, here are the key details that make me conclude, even though there's a lot of wow about that thing, it's actually serotonin syndrome. Here's the number one most convincing detail. She hasn't taken her Prozac in weeks now, almost 2 weeks now, and she's not going crazy at all. So that's a very strong sign that she still has plenty of serotonin in her system. Because when that serotonin goes down and she doesn't take that SSRI, she goes batshit crazy. That to me is the most convincing thing, is her sanity with just the Klonopin and the olanzapine, or whatever it's called. So that's pretty convincing. The other thing is, hers didn't start in the legs and move up. It started at the extremities, in the toes and the fingers, and moved up both directions. So that's contrary to what it says there. And as far as I know, there was no flu or respiratory illness beforehand, but she did receive the vaccine injection, not that within the time frame that would fall in line with that. Weeks after receiving it, they developed this. So that's possible, you know. And I'm sure if Jack Torrance / Leaf Trimmer were here, he would be so excited to hear me say that. It would make him so happy, right? She doesn't have multiple sclerosis. I don't know if they have a test directly for that, but the thing is, there's a lot of different weird, like indeterminate things that, when put all together, make something determinate. So the best way to present the case is to read it rather than try to remember it, that I wrote out for the doctor here. Now, he diagnosed her as serotonin syndrome, and since there's no direct test for it, that's the best you can do as far as having a diagnosis, you know. But let's see, is it this one? Okay. So here's the email I sent to the doctor after she went to the regular doctor. Her blood pressure's fine. Number one, her blood pressure's fine and her circulation is apparently fine based on the pallor of the skin. Number two, doctor, the nurse practitioner, read your email, said okay. 3. She pushed on Rachel's hands and legs and feet to test her strength. 3A. She seemed to be a bit surprised at the amount of weakness in a couple spots, double checked to see that Rachel was actually trying hard. 4. She speculated a bit about B12 and suggested Rachel get blood work done for electrolytes and diabetes. 4A. They took the blood there, and we'll hear back on that tomorrow. They all came out normal except for elevated liver enzymes. 5. I established after some back and forth. 5A. She thinks it's more probably serotonin linked as per your email than any specific other thing than that. B. There's not a specific other thing that she's worried it might be that we can directly test for that would satisfactorily explain it. Which turned out to not be true, right? There was another thing. C. We can't test directly for serotonin. That is true. D. Any test result that might explain it as not serotonin would do so with a less convincing link to our symptoms than the untestable serotonin explanation. Again, not true with this Guillain-Barré syndrome. Assuming you can test for it. I'm not sure you can, but assuming you can test for it, that would be not true, right? And I continue to explain, despite having particularist empirics and competing against none. To be more precise, she was unable to articulate any particular specific test result that might be attained that would falsify 5D. And this is why you think carefully, right? Why did I put this little qualifier in here? Because that's what you could accurately conclude. She was unable to articulate any specific test result that might be attained that would falsify 5D, which reads, any test result that might explain it as not serotonin would do so with a less convincing link to our symptoms than the untestable serotonin explanation. In fact, because that was wrong, she was unable to articulate any particular test result, but she was wrong. There was a particular test result. She just wasn't able to articulate it. So that's why one chooses to be precise in one's language even before one learns this. 6. Rachel's current protocol, don't take the Prozac until symptoms go away or until she shows symptoms of needing the Prozac. 6B, do take the other two as usual. 7, I posited after some thought. A, that no single warrant is determinate. All the following indicators together strongly point to the serotonin syndrome. 1, no symptoms of being crazy despite not taking the Prozac. 2, timing of the onset of the symptoms links very closely to the DMT ingestion, which explains the serotonin excess. 3, no single other explanation links strongly to this particular set of symptoms except circulation, which we can eliminate. 4, Rachel being super tired all week and sleeping despite no meds, and she's not somebody who sleeps well without the drugs, is also an indicator. B, and then I say I should have prevented this from happening. I'm sorry. I apologize to the doctor because I fucked up his fixed thing. It's like he fixed something and then I rebroke it. That's how I thought about it anyway. But so that's the case I had made. But of course, my case was not as strong as I thought because what did I make the mistake of doing? I made the mistake of trusting that the nurse practitioner, if she didn't know the answer to the question, she would say, I don't know. But she didn't. She told me a false answer. No, I mean, it never even occurred to me. It never even occurred to me that that it was the vaccine at all. The only linkage this is the first time I encountered a linkage with the vaccine was when I read about the symptoms of Guillain-Barré syndrome, and I didn't click the vaccines link, so I don't know if it establishes that that the vaccine that she took links to this syndrome, because I'm sure it's not every vaccine. Sean O'Neill says Prozac. Yeah, I know. Well, Prozac is the number one problem behind what's happening, because if what were happening didn't have Prozac in the mix, it would go away within 48 hours. Well, see, that's a fairly low bar, right? I'm not expecting the nurse practitioner to know everything. I'm expecting her to not lie, which is to say, if she doesn't really know, to say, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a low bar, right? Don't lie to me, or don't falsely represent your level of confidence when you shouldn't be that confident. At least be well trained enough to know where your competency gray areas are. That's a low bar to meet. Instead, she got me. I trusted her authority rather than to say, okay, Eric, you don't have to research this that much more. And so I operated under the assumption at that point forward that there was no such rare disease that could cause the same thing. No, she hadn't taken the booster. Now, of course, we got this crazy letter from the nursing home yesterday that says, we can't see my mom unless we have full vaccination records, including the booster if it's been 6 months since the second shot, and a negative COVID result test 48 hours from when we go to see her. Which basically means that we're not going to go see her, because if we're going to go see her, we're going to have to get a COVID test, get the results back quick, a quick test, go see her right then. And it's just like, okay, it's too much hassle. What's less hassle is for us to get medical transport to bring my mom to Cheesecake Factory to have lunch with us. Of course, that makes these protocols of theirs counterproductive, right? It makes the residents attain more exposure to a broader population of people under less controlled conditions, and then returns that person to the nursing home. So that's what happens when you operate without a correct frame of reference, right? So it's like the correct frame of reference begins with the fact that the old people are people with autonomy outside of the nursing home. That just because you live in a nursing home doesn't mean you might not decide, doesn't mean that you can't decide to go take a walk to the store. And that renders all of those health theater things moot. So if they're going to make that rule, and it's a state of California rule or something, then are they also saying if you live near other old people, you are no longer a free person? You are a prisoner? You may not leave your home? If they're not saying that, then this is all health theater. All health theater. And they can't really say that, right? There's no way any court is going to accept the idea that old people who move into assisted living communities no longer have rights because they might get sick. It's just no court can possibly uphold that. Yeah, I think what we all need to be equipped with is a list of vaccines that exist but that people commonly don't get. And anytime anybody says something about vaccines, say, well, are you vaccinated for meow, 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 meow? I'm sorry, you pose way too much of a health risk. You need to go back inside your house. I'm sure there's a list somewhere of vaccines that exist that people don't commonly get. That you wouldn't get vaccinated for it unless you have special reason because it's super rare, or it's only people with certain immune deficiencies are susceptible or something like that, you know? There's got to be vaccines like that exist. I've never thought about looking for any such thing before, but that's a great argument to make. You know, always turn, never counter. Oh, we're doing that? Cool. Then you need to be locked up. You're not vaccinated for all of these things. How can you be so fucking irresponsible? You're literally killing millions of people every minute. It's a good argument, right? And the thing is, the arguments in favor of of requiring people to be vaccinated are so convoluted at this point, because if the vaccine worked and it prevented people from getting COVID, then you wouldn't need to force anybody to get it, because it would always be you get what you deserve, so to speak, right? If you take the vaccine, you don't get COVID, hooray. You also don't have to worry about other people giving it to you, hooray. So you don't need to worry about whether they're vaccinated, hooray. They don't get vaccinated, they get it, haha, well, that's what you get for not getting vaccinated. Some of them die. See how stupid it is to not get vaccinated? That's how it's supposed to go. That's how it's supposed to go. Now, this is rouge. I apply some rouge to make myself look more youthful and embarrassed. I'm coquettish. It's actually a pimple, but we'll go with my first story. No, I know, Gen Xio, that's what I'm saying. So that narrative can't work, right? Is that because it doesn't work like a vaccine, it's not an actual vaccine per se, it's a mitigator, that argument can't work. So instead of saying, well, we need people to get vaccinated to make this disease go away in the way that we made polio go away or smallpox go away, we instead have to make the argument that everybody should get vaccinated because when they get COVID anyway, they'll get it less badly, right? But the justifications then for why everybody needs to get it fall apart. In other words, my getting it doesn't help you at all. It makes me no less or more likely to have or give the disease to anybody. All of the impacts are particular to me. So, and supposedly we live in a country where everybody has to have health insurance, so nobody can make a free riders argument. What ends up happening argumentationally as a consequence is we start off with this weird argument, flatten the curve, that there's a individual responsibility to prevent themselves from getting COVID because to do so would overburden the healthcare system. But in reality, the system was underburdened during that. We didn't flatten the curve, we made a dip. In fact, our control measures worked temporarily. And as soon as we pulled them back, we saw spikes in numbers. And this has happened the entire duration of the thing, exactly as Eric predicted. And the fact that we can articulate minor benefits of being vaccinated, or some benefits of being vaccinated to the overall public health, is non-unique to COVID. And there's no particular reason why we should devote all this energy and resources to this particular possibly mitigatable threat instead of any number of infinite other possible ones in which our cost to benefit payback would be vastly better. So, in other words, we have to consider opportunity cost or we are lying, right? All this energy we're devoting towards quibbling over a percentage or two in terms of death rates or in severity, and whether or not this mitigator also works somewhat as a contagion mitigator or just as a symptom mitigator, all these little quibbling over these little details is a way of ignoring the elephant in the room, which is we are devoting way too much attention to this if we pull out and look in a larger frame in terms of opportunity cost. Is this how we can best save lives? Is this how we can best protect the public health? Are we factoring in all the benefits, harms? Is even if we are absolutely convinced that everyone being vaccinated is a good thing, have we considered the harms of methodologies of applying that public policy? To what extent do public health officials have good justification for constraining the behavior of individuals, and to what extent do they have legal power to do so? These are questions that needed to be answered before things were done, right? And in fact, all the stuff we didn't do any good. You might say it saved some lives, but at the expense of what? The cost for saving those lives was discord, disharmony, anger, hatred, rage, divisiveness, suicide, bankruptcy, families being destroyed, homelessness. All of these things are consequences that are not talked about by people who are busy talking about how important it is to be vaccinated or blah, blah, all those other kind of things, right? They are ignoring that that they're tweaking out on this little thing they're tweaking out on while their infant is screaming, starving, dying for some milk because they're too tweaked out to pay attention to it. That's what's happening, right? There are real consequences to tweaking out on something too much. Tweaking out on COVID too much has real consequences. The rest of the world goes to shit because you're saying everything's all about this and nothing else matters. Everything else is subject to the frame of preserving health. So much so that even if we're just quibbling over teeny little differences in outcomes, it represents a stark political divide because some people don't want to evaluate the fact that the argument under this frame of reference is itself a serious public health problem for everyone. It harms everyone's mental health, well-being, autonomy, physical health, sense of security, and understanding that we live in a just world. Everything, It causes this massive amount of people to think that the vaccine is some kind of conspiracy. Well, why? Because, why are you so insistent that I take it? Why do you care so much about me? That people are they're gonna see mysterious forces behind that shit. Why? Because why are you so insistent? Why do you care so much about this over everything else that is equally or more significant? It's a good question. And the answer is because people have assigned teams to the two sides. And they're doing their normal team stupidity shit. That's why. Or a simpler answer. What are people not listening to? Eric. And they haven't been since the beginning, even though I've been right since the beginning. And I continue to be correct about the whole thing. But people don't listen to me. They want to come here and argue with me. They want to push back. They don't want to take the truth and go out in the world and make sure that everybody hears it. And the truth is, Gen Xio, if in fact your hospitals are too crowded with people on ventilators, then you've got incredibly shitty doctors who've not yet heard that putting somebody on a ventilator in all circumstances with COVID or any COVID-related symptoms worsens their overall prognosis across the board. And that's true. They're not disputing any of that. That was found out early on with some early ventilator experiments and stuff that, this is a terrible idea. It's absolutely true. If you're being told that your wife can't get her hip replaced because so many people are on ventilators, then you're in some place where they are killing COVID patients on purpose or out of just unbelievable ignorance. Breathing is a requirement, and respirators ultimately make it almost impossible for you to breathe. They're presumably a temporary thing that's necessary because you're unable to breathe on your own at the moment. But if you put people on in any less than absolute emergency circumstances for as little time as possible, you ruin their ability to breathe long term. The thing is, you hear all this shit about the hospitals and stuff being overrun. Drive by your local hospital. Walk inside. Take a look. Go ahead. See what you see. Has anybody tried that? The thing is, sure, your local hospital might be the anomaly. It might be the one that's empty, whereas the other ones are all full. But, yeah, they're not any more full than they've ever been. There's always shit going down, people getting hurt, whatever. But go. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, instead of citing data and stuff, sometimes it's good to just SI the shit. Go see for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Don't take anybody else's word for it. Go to the hospital. Look around. Then go to a different hospital. Look around. See what you see. Try to find a hospital in which it does look like it's a war zone in there, and there are shit tons of people all coughing and yeah. No, but I'm suggesting a specific course of action, Genexial. I'm saying let's not argue about this. Let's instead go do a little experimentation, a little testing. Let's go to various hospitals and see. Do you see a bunch of people in there with COVID? I mean, the thing is, the number of cases in LA County right now has skyrocketed to I don't know how many. Of course, everybody's always getting tested. The number of hospitalizations hasn't skyrocketed. You're welcome. Yeah, my daughter's whole step family has it right now, except for her. So everybody in her family, Candace, the baby, freaking, what's her name? What's Candace's sister's name? Katie, Louie, Candace's mom, Candace's dad, they all have it. But Delilah, who lives with them, she doesn't have it. My friend Corey, Liz, their whole family, they got it. Liz claims she still can't taste and smell correctly. Back in the day, they got it when it was regular COVID, you know. I think I had it. My dad didn't seem to get it. My mom hasn't gotten it. I think Rachel had it. I think Rachel and I both had it. And I think we both had it on the plane, too. So it's like... But see, I had it right before it all came out in the news. There's a hypothesis, I don't know how much support there is for it really, but that COVID ran all the way through California before it was announced. And like, if so, I was part of that for sure, because I was traveling to debate tournament in Berkeley while I was totally sick with COVID. I think it was COVID. And we went up there and, you know, me and Rachel did, and we judged debate rounds and stuff, and there was no masks or anything. I just dealt with being sick. So to the extent that that was COVID, I was giving it to everybody I saw, and there was no public service announcement or anything about it. And guess what? Everything was fine. You know, it was another illness sweeping through the population, as always happens. The key thing to remember is this, and this is probably the most telling piece of evidence that anybody will ever give you as to what's wrong with the way we're talking about COVID right now. 5 years before COVID wreaked havoc in the ancient and pre-existing condition-laden population of Italy, 5 years before then, there was a flu season that killed even more old people in Italy than COVID did, at a higher rate than COVID did. Just 5 years prior. You only have to go back in the data 5 years to find something equivalently bad in Italy as COVID that was just a flu. So there's literally no reason whatsoever, except one, to think that we need to act so dramatically differently in response to COVID. And that one reason is it's uniquely contagious. Nobody has any immunity to it. But the thing is, that's the way the world works. You let that shit run its course, and you understand that people's bodies have immune systems that deal with things like that. That if it doesn't kill you, it's rare areas in life where if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, right? If you get sick and recover from it, you're stronger in the sense that your immune system is now trained for that kind of thing. And it will deal with it better next time. It may not completely eliminate it, but it'll deal with it better. You get sick less often and yada yada. And that's how your body works. And we're trying to say, well, let's hijack nature's system of dealing with this and replace it but with it's like imagine there's a seed of an invasive species. Well, the way nature works is that invasive species succeeds as much as it can, and then maybe some other invasive species comes and takes advantage of that, and then the ecosystem gradually changes, and that's how it is. And what we're trying to do is prevent birds from flying around so they don't drop strange seeds places. It's insane. Well, can you tell him he got TI wrong, please, Yo Yo? As long as he's there, as long as you're in close proximity. Did we ever debate about super PACs? I don't recall a specific topic on it, but we have debated money and politics as a general topic that included super PACs, but not specifically super PACs. Why couldn't you wear a mask in the psych ward? Because they were afraid that you'd do something crazy with it? Like, go like this. Wee, wee, this mask is fun. Doing crazy things with masks. You can't let crazy people have masks. Who knows what they're going to do with them? They could have fun with them. They could eat them. They could shove them up their butt. We shouldn't even let them have clothes. Everybody in a psych ward should be stark naked, and the ambient temperature should be cranked up to 78 so that people aren't cold. And every time they move from one room to another, they should be subjected to cavity searches to make sure that they haven't picked up anything like a coin or a bug from the floor and put it up their butt. Because they're so crazy. That's why. Who knows what they're going to do? The way society deals with people who are mentally ill is fucking appalling. It's absolutely fucking appalling. I will tell you this. At her absolute most batshit crazy, Rachel said a couple of deluded things, like she mistook me for her ex-boyfriend for a little while, called me Billy, but when she wasn't that out there, it wasn't like she was saying false things. I could rely on her to accurately talk about true things. But of course, nobody else would put any weight at all into anything she'd say when she was in that state of being because they're not smart enough. And they're not distinguishing between the legitimacy of what she's saying and the way and context in which it's being said. So it's like when she was crazy, she's very middle fingery towards everybody and everything. She's angry in some way. And she can say some mean things. But they're mean because they're true. And that's just how it is. The other thing is, she didn't really ever turn on me, you know? She didn't get too nasty in her truth making to me. It's like I was the only person she trusted. I was the first person she'd ever been able to genuinely trust when it came to being crazy, you know? Because if you're batshit crazy and you're dealing with a significant other in that state, it's very hard to get it right as a significant other. And I got it almost all right, except for one stretch time, which was I needed to get wrong because it helped me to understand how much I loved Rachel. But I'm proud of myself for not mistaking form for function. You know, it's like the person who knows best what Rachel needs when she's going crazy is Rachel. But nobody listens to Rachel except for me because she sounds like she's crazy. Yeah, she's super sweet. She's an incredible sweetheart and much more useful than my dad can see. Also, It's like I said the other day, I said a couple of days before I had this conversation with my dad, I said, my dad likes Rachel. He just thinks she's useless. He had never told me this before. He said exactly those words to me today, basically. I don't get me wrong, I like Rachel. Rachel's great. She's nice, but she's basically useless. So, yeah, I know you see it that way. She's actually way more useful than people understand, as INFJs are. They're way more useful than people get. They're useful in the way a soccer field's useful. Um, when things are going smoothly, it's because the soccer field's not standing out, right? There's not a bump in it. There's not a hole in it. There's not a. And people don't recognize that. With everybody always trying to run up and down the soccer field and shit, somebody's got to be attentive to providing an even surface upon which running occurs. All right. I need to find that check. So my clients. What's this? No, that's not for me, right? No. So my clients gave me these coffee cups, and I took out these coffee cups and I said, "Oh, cool, coffee cups." But then they called me and said, "You get the check." I'm like, "What check?" I threw it away. It was in the bag with the coffee cups. I thought it was just coffee cups. How am I supposed to know? Anyway, I found it in the trash now, so it's no longer in the trash. I can't really cash it if it goes in the trash too much. Yeah, having a good psychiatrist is incredibly important. Have you considered Wordle for NI diagnostics? No, I don't know what Wordle is. The cups? Sure. Two of them. I don't like them because they're small. I prefer the other coffee cups they gave us, which were bigger. These are the coffee cups. I like the way they look. They're cool. They got cool design on it, but they're too small for a guzzler like me. You might call me a coffee guzzler. I'm not so much of a coffee drinker. For a guzzler who likes to guzzle, you need a larger cup. A guzzling cup, you might call it. In fact, I'm going to go refill my guzzling cup. There's a lady on the table. I don't know what lady you're talking about. I don't know what table you're talking about. You're being enigmatic. I hate enigmatic. Well, let me Google it. I'll Google it. Is it a game you can play online or something? Wordle? Let's pull it up. We'll see what it looks like. Wordle. Okay. Let me pull it up on here so you can see it as well. You can't post links, so it doesn't show. Alright, so you're given no clues or anything? You just guess a letter? Well, I guess I'll find out. I'm trying to close some applications here. I've got a little bit too much stuff going on. This should free up a little bit of the old RAM, as they call it. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before. It's a kind of memory. Kind of memory that makes you smile and nostalgic wonder. Close this. Control D. Get rid of all that stuff. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. So what, I just guess a letter someplace? I don't understand. Like that? What? I don't understand. Oh, and it tells you the letters? So are these letters here in that spot? Are those the first two letters of that word? Are those two letters correct in that word? Okay, so is that, are those U and R somewhere in any of those, or are those where they are? Green means you have it in the right spot. Yellow is the wrong spot. Green is the right spot. Okay, so then I have to figure out what the first one is, knowing that U is the second letter. Um, how do I change it? Oh, I see. You get this many chances. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so then 5-letter word. Okay, with U in the right place and R in somewhere. Um, hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay. Um, let's see. Huh. This is a boring live stream, but I want to figure this out. I'm trying to think of a 5-letter word that has U in the second spot, has R in it, and doesn't have T, S, or H. So, and it doesn't have R in the third spot. No. Hmm. Hmm. Doi, Eric. I already knew that wasn't going to work. That E wasn't there already. Stupid Eric. Quest. No, no S or T. There's an R somewhere. Query. I should have gotten that in 3 instead of 4. That's dumb of me. I like this game. I like this game a lot. What do you mean next word 844:17? I want one now. How do I make it now? Get a new one now. I don't want to wait. Give me a new one. Where's the next one? What is it? Wait for another one. Shit. What is that shit? I want a bunch of them in a row. How do I play it all more than one? Where's yesterday's one? This is stupid. What's going on? You see what I'm saying? Where do I play it so I don't have to just play one time? Why is it like that? That's stupid. You see what I'm saying? Make up one for you? Okay, I could do that. That'll be easy. Is this one you can play more than one? Let's try that. Okay. Cool. Fine. This would be fun. Alright. This must be today's, I bet, huh? This is today's. Next, or random. Okay. Let's try super again. It's a good one to start with. There's an E and R in the right place, huh? Okay. No P, though. Words that end in ER but don't have S, U, or P in them. Okay. No. Oh, how about this? Not water. Not super. Hatter? No. Auger? There's already a U tried that. That doesn't work. And there's no G, and there's no A. There must be an I or O in there in the first part somewhere. Poser? There's no S. There's no P either. No O, so it must be an I. Biker? Minor? It was Fixer. Oh well. That's fun. I like this game. I like this game a lot. Let me try with Taper first. P's somewhere not in the right place. Okay. Opine. There's no O, I, E, or A. There must be a Y. A, E, I, O, or a U. Hmm. Okay. Pubis. That's not a word. Okay. Pubis. That's not a word still. What do I need to do to fix this? I guess I don't get to try again. Okay, fine. Um. Hmm. Does anybody else know what it is? I'm not looking at your chats right now. I'm curious if you know, but hmm. Oh, fucking hell! No U's. There might be a U's. Okay. There's no N though. Pouts. How do I get rid of this one? I don't know. I started random one over again. I guess because I don't know how to get to the next thing. Okay, let's try this one. I'm gonna start with pounce. Oh, that's not a word. God damn it. That's not 5 letters. That's 6 letters. I'm gonna start with pound. 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 It's got a U. Okay. Mm. Let's try earth. That'll tell me something. Okay, so no E or A. Let's try guys. There is a U. There's no I. And there's an S. SHU is in the right spot there. And the S. So it's brush. Blush. Ta-da! I got it right. What do you think, guys? I got it right. Oh, you don't see it on the screen. My bad. Let me put it on the screen. We'll play one more of these. This time I'll put it on the screen. Okay. I like this game a lot, but I don't know if it's a good NI test or not. I think it's more of an NE test, really? I'm not sure. Let's try another one. This is going to be so much fun. You guys are going to be like, wow, this is fun. Okay. Alright, let's start with start with fight. H is correct. Let's start with let's go with oh, H is not in the right place though. Shops. That's not. I said shops. How do you undo that? Oh, like that. Shops. Hmm. Shake. AEIOU. Shout. There's no T though. No O. Shuck. Shuts. Shuck. Should. No. Shoal. Shoal? No. Shaw. Shoe. Hmm. 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 Shubs. Shoal. Shum. Shove. Schweer. Sure. R could be. And then what? Shuri? Shove. Shum. Oh, the S and the H aren't in the right place. That's my problem. The S and the H aren't in the right place. Duh. Okay. So it's ush, probably. Did we do B and R? It's brush. No. It's blush. Oh, I just did this one. Dumb Eric. Let's try another one. I'm being a dumb dummy. Okay. Dummy. D's in there somewhere. Hmm. A D somewhere. Well, let me try this word. Earth. This is a good one to use because you got your E and your R. Okay. So, adder? No. Still not in the right place. E's not there, E's not there. Or not there, there. Um, raped? um, I've got all letters except for one. Diaper? No. Roped? This is not in the right order. Pour? Ay, ay, ay. What could this possibly be? Wait, what's the other vowel? I need to see I need to see O and I. A U Y I have. A E I have. So I need to see O and I. Alright, so it's I. Now I know. It's P A P I E R and D. P A P I R E and D. Peered, no. Rapid, rapid, riped, hired, diaper, dipper, diaper. But that's not right how you spell it. Erpid, direp, rep, red, pretty, preed, pride. Fucking hell. How hard is that? Why is it so hard? You know? Yes, I found the check. Yes, thanks. Let's see what Rachel has to say. So what process, what cognitive process do you think I was engaged in when I was doing that? You know? What song do you want me to listen to? So, did you guys have less trouble getting pride than me, apparently, huh? Well, yeah, it's inefficient to guess words with double letters, unless you're trying to find out specifically whether the you're just trying to find out one specific thing, such as is the last vowel an I or an O. Then igloo is a perfectly good choice because you already have the rest of the letters, so it doesn't matter. I like this game though. I like it with my liking fingers. What do you think cognitive functions are going on there? See, for me, that's extroverted intuition primarily, as I'm trying to work through the possible things it might be, right? And and I'm trying different possibilities. There's no there's no really attempt to NI it at all by me. I would say I'm probably better than most people at it. Ultimately, if you were to do a bunch of those things, I would probably be better at that than most people. But um, I don't I don't think that's because it links to NI especially. I think it's like a lot of those word things, like like the rat test. What it really links to is word creativity, vocabulary, tendency to engage in with words in certain ways, and a lot of things. It's not limited enough in its cognition to use as a test. Your last message isn't downloading for me. Your last message isn't downloading for me. If I can voice to text. Voice to text can suck it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that game to my attention. I like it, Sean O'Neill. But I don't think it's a good test really for anything. Except wordiness, probably. How wordy are you? And wordiness does link to cognitive functions sort of broadly, but not directly, or specifically enough to a given function. But I love the piggyback shoulder ride question. I'm going to try that again. Let's try an Oliver Linehan right now. Oliver Linehan, when you were a child, did you prefer piggybacks or shoulder rides, and why? Young Hearts Run Free by Candy Station. You want me to listen to that song? I can't play it for you to hear, though, because of copyright things. So I would just have to listen to it myself, and you wouldn't be able to hear me listening to it. Okay. My theory is that SI DOMs are likely, or possibly SI tool users, are likely to prefer piggyback rides because shoulder rides made them feel unsafe. It's my theory. I wouldn't call it a theory. I'd call it a hypothesis. In fact, I wouldn't call it a hypothesis. I'd call it a random speculation. Okay, well, go ahead. Date Elsie. I mean, Elise. Whatever her name is. Stop being named Elise and start being named Elsie. That's fair. That's totally fair of me. To insist that you change your name because I always call you by the wrong name. You gotta remember something, Yo-Yo. Elise lives in Phoenix. Now, the problem with Phoenix is every time you try to voice to text Phoenix, your voice to text converts it to penis. So, do you really want to date someone that causes your voice to text to write the word penis that often? It's a tough call. It's a sacrifice you have to make if you're going to date someone who lives in Phoenix. Unless you learn to pronounce it Phoenix, in which case maybe it would get it right. Phoenix. Phoenixes are crazy anyway. It's like you need to make up your mind. Are you on fire or not? And stay that way. You can't go back and forth all the time. It makes you useless both as something to cook over and Well, it just creates a lot of unnecessary smoke. We have sensitive people in the area who have allergies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what's happening. Do you know what's happening? Something's happening deep inside of me. Something's moving around. Something's kicking. Maybe turning, heading towards the birth canal. Can you guess what it is? It's my poop. Mm-hmm. It's my poop inside of my body, asking to be let out. Eric, set my people free, it's saying. No, I need you, poops, to pick the cotton in my fields. I say, well, we want to get out of your butt, though, Eric. I said, but how will I get my cotton picked? And they said, let me introduce you to a person named Eli Whitney. He's going to invent for you the cotton gin, thereby making unnecessary the cotton picking work of your poop. And so I said, fine, you can go free, poop. Go start your own farms. Here's 40 acres. Here's a mule. This mule's named Bessie. 40 acres and a mule, huh? Cool. I don't really need that much space, says my poop. I'm not planning on doing any farming. Well, you get it anyway. Comes free with the whole sorry we enslaved you package. I got the nicest basket from the Union Army today. It said, sorry about all that slavery. I hope you enjoy these chocolates and flowers. And I thought, well, I mean, it doesn't really make up for all the years of despair and anguished horror, but it's a nice gesture. It really is. It's a nice gesture. And you know what? Fuck it. Being a slave wasn't all that bad. This gift basket's convinced me. Hey, look. It's kind of like we had sex with Alex Rodriguez. He sent us a gift basket. Or is that Derek Jeter? One of those players is famous for having sex with women and then sending them a gift basket the next day. It's full of like signed stuff from them. Talk about an ego, right? Hey girl, you earned it. You earned it last night. You earned this gift basket. It's got signed Derek Jeter baseball cards. It's got a Jeter jersey you can wear around. It's got a I fucked Jeter t-shirt. I fucked Jeter's t-shirt. You can walk around proudly announcing to everybody, hey, I fucked Derek Jeter. You know, I actually had such t-shirts. I had a special t-shirt when I had the last batch of t-shirts made up. I only had 5 of them made because I didn't expect to need more than that. And there were t-shirts I was going to give to only to girls that I had sex with. I ended up using like 4 of them before settling down. You performed adequately. Thanks, Jeter. That's what the note says. Well, good job. You made me ejaculate. Here's a gift basket. That was just what I was going for, actually. You really facilitated me in the way that I wanted to be facilitated. Prior to going out with you last night, my testicles were chock full of man seed, and now this morning I feel lighter, freer, happier, and in the mood to send a gift basket. Also, thank you for leaving right away when I was done. And thank you for tacitly agreeing with my apparent position that your needs don't matter. All these things are greatly appreciated and hereby rewarded by this gift basket. Hey, what's up, lady?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Jeffrey's wondering if he can have a short session with you tonight.
About what?
About, I think, the Communist Manifesto.
Oh, you want to talk about the Communist Manifesto?
Yes.
That's fine. I have the copy of the book you gave me over there. I was looking at it the other day and laughing about it.
So what time is good?
Can we do it sooner than later? I'm got to drive down to San Diego this evening.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Tomorrow?
No, this evening because Rachel's
Oh.
Rachel's mom's in town, but she has a timeshare, and
Okay.
she ended up getting an Escondido, so that's where I'm driving down there tonight.
Oh, I see. Okay. What time are you? He has a contact lenses appointment at 4:45.
Okay, well, can we do it like right now?
Yeah, let me get him. He's outside.
Okay. Well, guys,
I don't know.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think he read it. Yeah,
He's read it already.
I think.
The whole thing.
No, I don't know if it's the whole thing or how much he's read. Jeffrey.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay,
Hello?
I'll talk to Jeffrey about it.
Okay, Jeffrey, can you come? Mrs. Strauss wants to talk to you. Yeah, I'll go out. So what time are you leaving?
Well, I mean, I'm flexible somewhat, but I could do this after I get down there because I can take my computer and my phone with me, so there's nothing stopping me from having this conversation later. But
Oh, I see. So Mrs. Strauss is driving to San Diego later today. So he's wondering if you guys can talk about it now.
Yeah, okay, I can do it now.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Charles.
hi,
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thanks.
What do we need to talk about it? The whole thing or what?
No, just the first chapter for now.
Okay, did you read it already?
Yeah, uh-huh.
What's
Have
your takeaway?
Marx thinks that there's something inherently wrong with some people having more money than other people and exploiting other people, apparently. He thinks that capitalism is derived from, I guess, feudalist era systems of government. He thinks it's an oversimplified version of the feudal system, basically, yeah, I guess. And he thinks that's the problem.
Okay, well, of course. So the first chapter, therefore, you're talking about the introduction or the first chapter?
The first chapter.
Okay. Not the preface to the German edition?
I didn't have to read any of that, which is like half of the book.
Right, yeah. It's not really a book, is it?
Manifesto.
A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the old powers of old Europe have entered into the Holy Alliance to exorcise this specter. You know, all the dominant elites hate us communists. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents and powers? Where the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Two things result from this fact. One, communism is already acknowledged by all European powers to be itself a power. Two, it is high time that communists should openly, in the face of this whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the specter of communism with a manifesto of the party itself. To this end, communists of various nationalities have assembled in London and sketched the following manifesto. Bourgeois and proletarians. All of struggles are class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, oppressor and oppressed. So, in other words, all of the world involves relationships that include power dynamics. Therefore, everybody who's in a lower power dynamic is oppressed. There's no sense that the apprentice might someday become the master. Instead, there's no linkage whatsoever between actual merit and
attainment in his perspective, right? So, the modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epic, the epic of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature. It has simplified the class antagonism. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, and into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. So, it's just a bunch of garbage. I mean, it's like, it talks about how there exist markets and some people benefit from markets. It talks about how there's the ruling class, the earning class, and the exploited class, basically. And then,
I mean, doesn't Marx just divide into the exploiters and the exploited, basically?
well, he points out that there's a ruling class that's not an earning class, namely monarchs and churches and stuff, but that nevertheless they get lumped into the bourgeoisie. Let's see. The bourgeoisie, by rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian nations, into civilization. So he seems to be acknowledging that industry civilizes, but
he's not really acknowledging that industry civilizes. He's making the claim that it doesn't civilize, but we claim it does.
well, I mean, it compels all nations on pain of extinction to adopt the bourgeoisie mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, to become bourgeois themselves. And in one word, it creates a world after its own image. But the thing is, what he's not paying any attention to is the mechanism by which it does so, namely by being better, right? By being better than savagery. We see then the means of production and exchange were generated in feudal society. Into their place step free competition. A similar movement is going on before our eyes. Modern bourgeois society, with its relations of production, of exchange, and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the netherworld upon which he's called his spell. So society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if a famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seems to be destroyed. And why? Because there is too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. On the one hand, by enforced destruction of a mass of productive forces, on the other, by conquest of new markets, and by the more thorough exploitation of the old ones. That is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and by diminishing the means whereby crises are prevented. But what's a crisis, according to them?
Yeah, honestly.
It's totally undefined. And then, the less the skill and exertion of strength implied in manual labor, in other words, the more modern industry becomes developed, the more it is the labor of men superseded by that of women. Differences of age and sex no longer have distinctive social validity for the working class. All are instruments of labor, more or less expensive to use according to their age and sex. The lower strata of the middle class sink into the proletariat. Their diminutive capital does not suffice for the scale on which modern industry is carried on. So in other words, no small fish can ever attain any accomplishment because scale prevents them. This is obviously bullshit. It's been proven bullshit many, many years over. It's like there's no warrants in here. It's just a bunch of description of the status quo through its frame.
Too.
Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The organization of the proletarians into a class, and subsequently a political party, is countered by people in power. Altogether, collisions between classes. Bourgeoisie finds itself in a constant battle. Further, as we've already seen, entire sections of the ruling class are, by the advance of industry, precipitated into the proletariat, or are at least threatened in their conditions of existence. In other words, if you're useless entirely, you won't have any stuff. but that's not shocking.
Yeah, I don't know what he's.
Here's
And he says how like families are harmed and like transactionalized. I guess he said. I don't quite understand how he got to that claim because he doesn't mention it before or after at all.
well, and like here's a weird part, right? In order to oppress a class, certain conditions must be assured to it under which it can at least continue its slavish existence. The serf, in the period of serfdom, raised himself to membership in the commune, just as the petty bourgeoisie, under the yoke of feudal absolutism, managed to develop into a bourgeoisie. The modern laborer, on the contrary, instead of rising with the progress of industry, seeks deeper and deeper below the conditions of existence of his own class. He becomes a pauper, and pauperism develops more rapidly than population and wealth. Except that's not true, right?
How he like backs up any of these claims?
He doesn't back up any of them. The essential condition for the existence and for the sway of the bourgeois class is the formation and augmentation of capital. The condition for capital is wage labor. Wage labor rests exclusively on competition between the laborers. The advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers due to the competition by the revolutionary combination due to association. The development of modern industry therefore cuts from under the feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces above all is its own gravediggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. I mean, it's so insane because it assumes that individuals, once empowered, are going to continue to represent the position and interests of people who are unempowered, right? So it's complete garbage. It's word salad, is what you'd say. It's a status quo description / word salad.
Yeah.
It ignores all the meaningful warrants in order to push its metaphorical bullshit onto things. So there you go. That's all I really have to say about it.
Yeah, basically all Marx does is just make claims about his point of view on society, how he thinks society works, and what its flaws are. He doesn't even describe its flaws. He describes a world that's completely different from our own. I don't know what he's trying to critique, honestly.
He's trying to link everything down to a single mechanism that guarantees that the proletariat themselves, the workers, will someday come to own the means of production. But the problem with this notion is he doesn't get what the word ownership means. Ownership means control over. You can't have a multiplicity of people, each individually having total control over the same thing because they want to do different things with it.
Yeah.
And so when he says the workers will own the means of production eventually, he forgets ownership may be attained via plurality, but control never is.
I mean, can't they, if they unanimously agree somehow? Like, just let's pretend it's possible. Wouldn't that technically fulfill his criteria?
Well, sure, if a multiplicity of people owned the same object and all had identical visions for that object, then indeed there wouldn't ever be any conflict over the shared ownership. However, then they wouldn't be human beings, because human beings are distinct and hold distinct perspectives, and even if they agree in principle that X should be used for Y, it'll turn out that Bob thinks it should be used for Y shade 3, and Joe thinks it should be used for Y shade 4, and so the more people you have involved in ownership and decision making, the more difficult it gets to attain any kind of meaningful decision that represents the interests of the owners as a whole. That's why when you have publicly owned companies, you've got stakeholder meetings, shareholder meetings, and there's something called, a controlling share. A controlling share in a company means you got 51% of the shares, so it doesn't matter what the other 49% of the owners think, right? They're along for the ride, assuming they have a piece of something that you're going to do well with, and you're going to gain some of the benefits from it. But they don't actually have any meaningful decision-making power. That's how ownership works. Somebody has to make decisions. That person owns the responsibility of making those decisions, and you can't make all decisions by committee, or else you end up with this clusterfuck of disaster called group compromise.
Yep.
So yeah, Marx is an idiot, and that's the long and the short of it. He's an idiot who thinks he's saying words when he's not. He's an idiot who's ignoring the complexity of things and the multiplicity of mechanisms. He's an idiot who's ignoring human nature and the individual's desire to be an individual and have autonomy aside from his political perspectives. He's an idiot from top to bottom, and we should all piss on his grave.
Okay.
All right.
Wonderful.
Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
So true. So true. So true. I'm saving it. I'm saving the world right now. Right now, as I'm talking. Words like those I just said save the world. You know. If only people would listen to them. Remember, I'm suffering from the TWFP form of mental retardation. I think, see, I was right, means I did something. Even though it obviously doesn't. It means I definitely didn't do anything. Okay, this poo is about ready to come out, you guys. I don't think I should make it wait any longer. Thank you, Oliver. I appreciate that. So I'm going to put on a little bit of music for you to listen to. And I'm going to go poo now, okay? And then I'll be back after I'm done pooing. I'm going to use my butthole, my colon, my lower intestine, the toilet paper. I'm going to wipe myself using toilet paper and my fingers, but I'm going to make sure the toilet paper is on top of my fingers instead of getting poop on my fingers. This is my plan. I want to alert you to it. So if I'm not back in 48 hours, you can let the search and rescue team know these important details. And Boba Fett, you'll be pleased to know I moved that song you don't like further down the playlist. So you're probably not going to have to hear it. And I also wanted to say, hey, you know what? I like that Crisscross song. Crisscross is going to make you jump. I liked it when it came out. I don't feel like that's an indication that I've done a bad job with something, that it reminds you of a Crisscross song. Crisscross had some cool flow, you know. It's easy to diss that which was a one-hit wonder, but don't forget their one hit was a wonder for a reason. True words coming from Eric's mouth again. Boba Fett, you were so drunk you don't even remember. I knew you were drunk as shit last night or whenever that was.
Which precludes me from progressing past this point.
And that's one of the harms of the sauce, my friend. It's one of the harms of the sauce. You have to replay that live stream to find out. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Seems like years that I've been pressing forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point. Wherefore art thou, Borneo? And wherefore were you Guam? What for did you get thorny though? Did you have another fight with mom? When so forth cometh that, and whosoever is that on its back. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about paranormal stuff. Hold your breath, expect the best, assess as less, slump and mess. At least you'll confess that the less than the rest isn't confusing. Liz bet the rest were
amusing. Lisbeth didn't have any confusion. She rolled over them October to June, then took off for the summer. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Now in fall, whispers began to carry in the hall that Lisbeth's urgency compelled them all to hide away from her inside a bathroom stall. She's berating, always making her point. Started hating, always feeling annoyed. Bullying now her way through you. It means she likes you too. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say.
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty. Then he'll finally get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. He's Gregory.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have It's a very rainy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in and try to sap your will to fight.
Whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise, it's sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Once upon a time, a long time ago, I was a little kid walking out in the snow, except there wasn't no snow here in Southern California. Too warm for snow, but I don't want to bore you with the weather. Whether or not you find it clever or boring or love it a lot, think it a pleasure or poor or lacking a plot, it's cold, it's a chore. No, it's more, it hits super hot regardless. Let's not get too up and caught in laying out just exactly what is not, cause land's not falling out of the cot. Back to the story, back to the top. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I was walking all around when time was slow, except I wasn't really walking cause I rode my bike, and if I wasn't doing that, then in a car ride, where I stay inside, apply myself to scry magic scissors, cause my god was a wizard. Fighters were lame, wizardly spells put fighters to shame. Let's not mistakes make the same again, Jane. I swerved out of my lane again, Jane, like the time I fell off the cop. Back to the top. Once upon a time, a long time ago, when middle school loomed there before my toe, and nobody knew then what now they know. Isolated in the time below, blocked all the flow of intuition. You're a joke for your juice, shut down to the structure bill, only that mercy, tuck everything down. Regardless, I just thought best I go ahead and return to the plot. The foregoing I've decided is not as relevant as it seems. Even so, afforded to his team. Say the time frame ought contextualize things a lot, like a context spot. The picture. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I was a little kid walking out in the snow, except there wasn't no snow here in Southern California. Too warm for snow, but I don't want to bore you with the weather. Whether or not you find it clever or boring or love it a lot, think it a pleasure or poor or lacking a plot, it's cold, it's a chore. No, it's more, it hits super hot regardless. Let's not get too up and caught in laying out just exactly what is not, cause land's not falling out of the cot. Back to the story, back to the top.
Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that from tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming. You blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up. Find higher ground. So he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming. To blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. God damn it, we were
Okay, and we're back. We're back. We're better than ever. We've administered a couple of things that needed to be administered to the brain area. And we're feeling a little stranger than we were before, which is important. You come here for strangeness. It's my job to deliver strangeness. What? You don't come here for strangeness? Why are you here then? What else do I have to offer? I didn't know I had anything else to offer besides strangeness. I've got plenty of strangeness to offer. One long, fibery anaconda. That's what you might call a coiler. In America, we call those coilers. The ones that coil up in the toilet as you poop them because they're like soft serve. No, Elise S. What do you do? Trying to turn me European or something? I don't want to eat more fruits and vegetables. Why would I want to do that? I mean, the thing is about eating fruits and vegetables. If I wanted to eat more of them, there's nothing stopping me in the status quo. So, there you go, right? That should tell you everything you need to know. Besides the fact that I've got a hat on now, which changes things dramatically. You may feel differently about things now that I have a hat on. I don't look nearly so decrepit because you can't see I'm bald. My hair might just go cover my head completely for all you can tell. if you don't have a good memory and you don't remember what my head looked like before the hat, then your perceptions of me could have abruptly changed right now. Studio, studio, studio. I mean, I do spend time in the studio. That's why I have my new beginning music. Because I play around with that beat, you know. I play around with beats all the time. I'm a beat play arounder with a hell of a scope, as they say. Hey, there he is, Jack Torrance. You missed what would have been a real high point for you. I'm pretty sure, so I'm going to recap it for you. It's possible, actually, after some research, that, and still very unlikely to be the case, but it's possible, believe it or not, that the vaccine links to Rachel's current symptoms. So, you know what? It turns out I was a little quick on the nonsense front, you know? A little quick on that. So, like, if I were going to play Studio by L'Oreal, these days I've been starting with LMMS. Now, I want to stress, it's not, as far as I can tell, specific to the COVID vaccine. But vaccines in general are linked to this thing called Guillain-Barré syndrome, which has symptoms that are basically exactly what Rachel's experiencing, except for a couple of minor distinctions. But the surrounding circumstantial causes are wrong and other things are wrong, so it's probably not that, but that in fact would be not a terrible diagnosis. Additionally, that does in fact link to vaccines, and so I have to tell you, in some small sliver of way, you were right and I was wrong. Yeah, she seems to be doing better. I'm worrying less because I'm seeing fewer examples of symptoms that are visible, like dropping shit, stumbling, stuff like that. So, I guess if I'm going to play this game, I'm going to have to put on, as they say in England, headphones. Are you going to put on the headphones? Headphones? You want me to wear headphones? Are you sure? Do you know what headphones are? Are you sure? And the answer is yes. And she seems to be feeling better. Her mom brought her a cane. I mean, that's the extent to which this thing has impacted her mobility. Kitty wants to go outside. Do you think I passed the Turing test, Yo-Yo? That's the real question. Hi, Neon Frog, if I haven't said hi, Neon Frog, yet. No, her mom brought her one. She's not that... I mean, there was at the beginning of this, she probably needed that thing, but we didn't have it for her. What am I doing? Oh, stuff. Right. That's what I'm doing. Stuff. I'm SEing the thing I long ago T'd so that I can NE. That's what I'm doing. So that I can NE in front of people. Hopefully in an FE gratifying way. And hopefully it's FE gratifying because it upholds NI. That's what I'm doing. Now do you understand? Do you have the right preposition with stand?
It's important. Like everything I say and do, it's hugely important. Okay? Just keep that in mind. If you want to know the true meaning of the word importance, well, you're in the right place because we discuss this topic a lot. What's important? Why is it so important? What makes it so important? What does being so important mean? And why is that so important to you? These are the kind of questions we ask each and every day here on Talking with Fancy. Okay, as you see, what I've got before you, as they say, is LMMS, but I'm going to make it big, like your mom's face. See? Isn't that better? Or is it worse? Or is it the same? No, now it's too big. Oh, Eric, you fucked it up. You made it too big. You're going to have to make it smaller. Oh, now it's too small. You overcompensating Oliver. Oliver, do you ever get called that because your name starts with O? You overcompensating Oliver. What a goof bag you are. Overcompensating like that. Okay, now you can see what's going on. Sure you can. Alright, let's play Make a Beat. What's the first thing you have to do in Make a Beat? Well, first of all, I usually like to add an extra set of meows, you know? It's like, if 4 meows are good, 8 meows are better, is what I say. And then I go over here, and I can't really see it on my screen, because it's too far over to the left. It's a little bit covered up by the edge of the TV. So I hover over them to see what they say. And I go to samples. Yeah. Then I go to the drums or the basses first. Basses are fun, like, you know. That's a pretty good bass right there, right? Dun, 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 dun. I wouldn't really necessarily do anything to that except it seems to have a little click on the end of it. I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but it does seem to have a little bit of a click on it. So let me open up the old bass punch here as its own thing, like this. And then see if I can get rid of the little click on the end of it. And what I'm going to do is what? I'm going to turn this on. Yeah, that should help. Yeah, now it doesn't have a click so much. Okay, so, but now if I push play here, no, I don't want it to play like that. No, not like that, dummy. No, no, no. Unenable loop. No, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong, thing. I said no. I said no. You're doing it wrong. Unenable loop. No, turn that off. What does this thing say? No, I don't want that either. What's this thing say? That's fine. Now how do I need the make it go quiet at the end thing. Which ideally would be like a fade at the end, right? But, well, I could add a function. Let's go to, add an effect. Okay, I'll add an effect. Maybe they have fade as an effect. That's possible. This is how Eric works on things. Nope, no fade. Well, how about... Let's see if any of these things look like I could do that with it. It would be tough, but I wouldn't be able to do with gate. God damn it. I want to make it like... I want to make it a little bit longer, and then... So it's like, in order to do something like this, I may end up having to record this thing into Audacity and mess with it there. That's possible. I could play around with some different things anyway, though. Like, how about this? Rotary speaker. See what that sounds like. Decay gate. Okay, now we're talking about something I can deal with maybe here. What does this thing do? Pew. Go up. Are you on? Controls. Oh, the controls are over there. Alright, well, let's play it. Alright, let's go with that. There's a good start for our thing. Now, it does still have that click on the end, which I don't like, but whatever, I'm tired of fucking with it. Drums. This is how I work. This is how I make things. You're gonna need a kick drum that goes with that. This is a good kick drum to go with that. It's pitched. It's pitched like a half step or a step difference. It's like a one, what is that, like a perfect second above it? That's a good kick drum for that sound. That's got too much action going on. Oh, I got one kick. I usually like to have two kicks. This is a good acoustic kick. It's a totally different kind of kick than the other kick, you know. This one goes better with it, I think. So, that's too big. Even turned down, that's too big. That goes with this one. That's way too much. I only have this one foot pedal, I guess. I'm gonna need a hat, or I could try it with a shaker, see what that sounds like too. That might be better than the hi-hat. I don't know, we'll see. And then, nah, it's just too much echo, right? It's like, nah. It's a nice clean snare. It's a little more electronic-y. I didn't ask you to come over here yet, mister. You need to wait your turn until I select you. That's kind of snare that says, hello, I'm here. That's got kind of good resonance with it in terms of the pitch. Way too much meow. No, too electronic-y. Not bad, but not this song. Same. Possibly, if you want something kind of distant sounding, you know. I like this one better, because it's kind of a mix. Like, this one here is better. It's kind of like a mix between this one and this one. Wait. Yeah. So a mix between this one and this one is this one. I like this one. Alright,
Alright, do anything else? Something that paps or something that umps? I like both of these. I like this one too. Alright, now we got a lot of instruments, huh? There's way more instruments than you need. Especially if you only have 8 things. So, that's fine. That's why there exists, whatever you call it. Like, if I want to copy this, I don't know how to copy it. So, I tried to figure it out before, I never could figure it out. So I'm not going to try to copy it, I'll just build it all here, I guess, you know. So obviously with your hat, you just kind of want it to pia, pia, a piggity, pia. Maybe just pia, 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 a pia, a pia, 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 a pia, a pia, a piggity, pia. You could just get it going like that a little bit, you know. Maybe you want to add more shit in later, but just start with that. Put a little bit of a pedal here, like here, and like here. It just has to be turned way down. I don't like the placement either, so I'll get rid of it. That's not a good place. That was dumb to put it there. Put it someplace else, or just leave it off for right now. Do I want the shaker to be the other part of the hat, maybe? Like it goes here. It would have to be turned way down too. No, it's too... yeah. No. Go away. Go away. Go away. Alright, well. How about open hat then? Like maybe on the 4th ones. Like here. Oops, not here. Maybe like that. No, not like that. Like that, maybe. Yeah, like that. That's good. Boop. Ba-ba-doo, da-da-doo, da-doo. Ba-da-doo, da-da-doo, da-da-doo, da-doo. Like that. Okay, now let's see what else we got going on here. We got some tom sounds. What do these sound like? Where would they go? Too far. More like meow.
you go like this over this thing with the right middle thing, it'll turn it down the individual note. It lets you get a little bit more like humanity into the thing by having slightly different differently volumed notes. So I tend to do a little bit of that here and there, you know, make it a little more human sounding, especially something like this. So then if I were going to record this then, to make it into a beat that I use, as just a stereo track, I could do it a couple of ways. You know, it's like I could export this shit all as tracks, each of their own tracks, or I could just record it WAPC, as they call it. Record it WAPC, like they say. WAPC, as they call it, or actually Wasapi, but I think of it as WAPC. I don't know, because I'm wrong. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm fraught with anger and terror, horror and dismay. Other times it's hard to say. These are the ways of the world for me today, like every day, a special day. As you see now, if you can, oh no you can't see this because I didn't put it over there, I guess, but that's okay because you don't really need to see this. It's just recording what's coming through from the beats as a stereo track. So then to make sure that I got all the things isolated because I choose to use it as a stereo track, I'll do the whole build the beat up slowly thing, right? Like one thing at a time, bro. You're rushing the actual intercourse, and then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, it's over already." Nobody wants that. So I'd say you start the beat just with this, you know. Oh, what's gonna happen? Oh my God, what's gonna happen? Something's gonna happen here. You can tell, can't you? This is not the whole thing. Something else is gonna happen. I can just feel it. It's not recording my voice, of course. The thing I'm recording. It's just recording the beats. Wait, something happened. There's a second thing added. Where did that second thing come from? I think it came from over there. It must be a Sasquatch. That's what I'm thinking. Well, that's a good conclusion to draw. Sasquatches are known to make those sorts of sounds. Wow. What was that? Oh. Seems a little loud in the mix. Yeah, it does. That's a little bit better. That was surprising. That really caught me off guard. That's how Sasquatches work. Hey, wait. I think there's something else. What was... what's that? Oh my God. I see. Right. Alright, we're getting serious now, dogs. You feel the seriousness? And when I get up there, I know it's serious time. Getting ready, putting on my sporting equipment. Getting ready for a proverbial battle, dog. It's on. And that's when you know that person's instincts about whether or not it would be on were spot on the money. When a second kick drum drops in, well, it seems a little loud in the mix, though. Yeah, well, you got a point there. It's a little loud in the mix. Well, now it just seems chaotic. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no, the game's coming up, and I feel lost by the chaos. Well, maybe you need yet a third kick drum, motherfucker. It's actually a second kick drum. The first thing was the bass. Here we go, see. But now it's even more complicated. It makes even less sense. Wait, it's changed. Okay, now I think I'm getting it. Yeah, the beat has changed. It's evolved into something a lot more square. Yeah, now I'm less confused. But it's so crowded, and yet how could you add any more? Oh, you could add some more. Don't think you can't, you whore. I'm adding more right now. Ooh. Ah. What's that thing over there? That's a hi-hat, yes indeed. Landing on all the same places as something else, see? So it doesn't really evolve. It just squares it off a little bit more, Bob. But if you want it to go full blast, you gotta double time the hi-hat, and that's the last thing we'll add. Oh yeah. Yeah. You got it. That's right. Don't be ashamed to get up and fight. Now let's put a couple snare drums inside this song. And this song needs some snare drums too. Now let's put some snare drums here up in this song, because you know this song, it needs some snare drums too. Like here. And here. And here. And here. And here. Because the snare is muffled, I'll turn the volume up, and that way you can hear it perfectly well enough. I'll pan it to the right, since so much stuff is left, and that'll give it outside, inside, wide side, fast, fast, fast. Okay, now, hey, it's time to calm this party down. Everybody's soon gonna head on home. Let's take out some kick drums one at a time. Okay, now, Mom. There goes that kick drum, Joe. Its fellow kick drum joins it to and fro. What do you think of this? This seems very plotting. Nothing good will come at the end of this road. I'll dump my load, then turn around, refill my bucket with rocks from the ground, then bring them back and dump them once again. And why? Because that's what this song says. Says ho hum, I'm working once again. Ho hum, what do you think, men? Ho hum, I'm working once again. Oh, me, oh, bum, 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 bim. Oh, this needs a whole lot of shaker. It needs a ton of shaker. Not enough shaker in the song. You need a lot more shakers. It's not wrong to add more shaker, more shaker, more shaker, more shaker, all the way to the end. Wow, you might say, that shaker's up loud. Maybe you could turn it a bit down, Bow. I think you are right. I think I agree. I'm gonna pan it to the right now. See? Now I'm gonna take occasional ones out to make it be like, wait, why'd you take that one out? Just randomly. We'll see what it sounds like. Because this is how Eric works. And that's the end of playing with LMMS. There. I was in the studio for 10 minutes. So, yo, you have the power to make reality obey you. Isn't that impressive? I'm going to call this Yo-Yo's Reality Command. That's the title of this beat. Yo-Yo's Reality Command. There you go. And now you did something important today that you've never done before, Yo-Yo. You commanded my reality in a good way instead of a bad way. Isn't that wonderful? Remember, one thing in life we should all remember is that good is better than bad. Yo-Yo's Reality Command. Pew, 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 pew. There you go. That's it. I know this is a terrible stream. Who wants to watch this stream? Nobody. No, I mean, I get it. It needs... That's just a beat maker. That's not where you put instruments in. You can. There's a capacity to do it, but it's a laborious process. It's better to just play your instruments. Or then you have to move to Audacity to do that. You know what I'm saying, dogs? I don't need to wear these uncomfortable headphones anymore. Be gone from me. Be gone from me, I say. You gotta use one app for what it's for and then go to the other app, you know? There's no just, let's do it all right here, as I've learned the hard way. Believe me, I've tried. I've already wasted plenty of hours learning that lesson. Taking a long time to learn lessons is a specialty of mine. I'm sure it won't go horribly this time, I tell myself. I'm sure I'll do something different this time. It'll make it go well, I tell myself. Well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly right. It says, here's an arbitrary TI definitional limit, because these specific arbitrary TI definitional limits create a chunking out of language that has its own identity. In other words, it's a genus of which it's an example, right? So they do represent that, but a haiku is like an unholy communion between NI and TI, because there's no natural reason to TI it there, unlike, say, metered verse, which is a more holy communion between NI and TI. Because English is naturally, although you might say that the haiku is more universalist because it doesn't matter what language you're writing in, it's the same, right? It's gonna interact with your language more or less similarly. Although it would probably be hard to write haikus in like Icelandic or something because they've got so many syllables, right? Anyway, think about iambic pentameter or something like that. It TIs the way it does because but it's scalable. So it's like you can take the same idea and do it for 4-syllable poems total, for a 4-syllable line,
a 6-syllable line, an 8-syllable line, a 10-syllable line. You know, it incorporates odd numbers of syllable lines by having a secondary, like one of two possible endings to the even numbered lines. So it's more TI robust than haiku because it scales. So you can't do haikus that are multiples of those numbers, right? It's not considered a haiku anymore. It's more NI, less TI. But you'll hear occasionally people, or catch yourself potentially, using iambic pentameter naturally when they're speaking. As per, you're so retarded when it comes to clothes. You're so retarded when it comes to clothes is a naturally occurring iambic pentameter sentence. And when I used to be more actively engaged in metered verse, I would hear naturally occurring instances of iambic pentameter or tetrameter or trimeter or whatever. It's much less common to hear naturally occurring instances of trochaic pentameter, tetrameter, trimeter, dimeter, because English is naturally iambic, it's not naturally trochaic. You can make it trochaic if you work hard. It's harder to write trochaic poems than it is iambic poems. Tiger, tiger, burning bright is an example of a trochaic poem. Hiawatha saw the bandit. It's probably the best trochaic poem I can think of. The poem Hiawatha, by whoever wrote it, is a pretty solid example of trochaic throughout, although it's not perfect. It's like that, and that kind of annoys me. If you're gonna do it perfect. I get sometimes pronunciation change, and that accounts for it, but why bother if you're not gonna do it right? It's a good poem. I mean, it's an impressive work of art. Like, I feel kind of like an ESTJ sometimes when it comes to poetry. I'm impressed by the skill sometimes. Where is it? Where's the original text? Oh, here it is. Never mind. It's got the text right here. I don't need to go find a book for it. Oh, there's a parodies of it. God damn it. Where is it? The full text. Thank you. Put it all the way at the bottom, for God's sake. Why? Why not put it at the top where it belongs? On the mountains of the prairie, on the great red piperootstone quarry, Gitchmanito, the mighty. See, that's an off foot, right? He, the master, life descending, on the red crags of the quarry, stood erect and called the nations, called the tribes of men together. From his footprints flowed a river, leaped into the light of morning, o'er the precipice plunged downward, gleamed like ice coat the comet, and the spirit stooping earthward. That's trochaic. And it's a lot harder to do, because it's just fundamentally less natural. It has within it the impression of single finality of a statement, like dana 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 is, it conveys in English like go and do a bunch of shit now. I don't know, it just seems to have that kind of feel to me. So it sort of links rhythmically less to conversation and more to the ends of conversation. And if you wanted to hear a really cool, I think it's iambic. Let me look at it. Look it up. I want to look up Kubla Khan.
In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers, were girdled round, and there with gardens bright with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. But oh, that deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill thwart a cedarn cover, a savage place as holy and enchanted as e'er beneath a waning moon was haunted by a woman wailing for her demon lover, and from this chasm, with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth is fast thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momently was forced, amid whose swift half-intermitted burst, huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chaffy grain beneath the thresher's flail, and mid these dancing rocks at once and ever, it flung up momently the sacred river, 5 miles meandering with mazy motion, through wood and dale that sacred river ran, then ran the caverns measureless to man, and sank in tumult to a lifeless ocean, and mid this tumult Kubla heard from far ancestral voices prophesizing war. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midways on the waves, where was heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves. It was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with the dulcimer, in a vision once I saw, it was an Abyssian maid, and on her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Obora. Could I revive within me her symphony and song, to such a deep delight 'twould win me, that with music loud and long I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome, those caves of ice, and all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware, beware. His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honey dew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. So that's an iambic poem, and you see it reads so much more easily than trochaic, you know. Now, I get that most people don't like poetry at all, and I respect that. I don't spend a lot of time reading poetry online, but I like it. I mean, that's just one of the things that makes me weird, I guess. I like it because it's so, when it's done well, it's the ultimate expression of artisanship with language exclusive of music. And for me, that matters for some reason. I believe in art. You know, I always have, and I've always kind of struggled with the inherent awfulness of that. Because most arty types are absolutely insufferable, in my opinion. And to a certain extent, I would have to include myself in that. But I hate artiness, but I love art, you know? Hi, beautiful. I'm going to wait till a little after the ye old traffic meow. So I always thought art was cool. You know, it's like when I was a teenager in high school, we'd go to museums and shit. Me and my bohemian-ish friends. We'd go to museums. And we'd write stuff. And, you know, we wanted to be cool like artists were cool. If nothing else. Not like sports stars were cool. It's like, what were the alternatives really? We wanted to be successful in some regard, but it was such a, like when I went to high school, it was 1989, right? I think it was the beginning of, it was either still the Reagan administration or the beginning of the Bush administration. I don't know. Bush 1, you know. Things were so stale at that moment in history.
right before the internet comes around, right? Things were incredibly stale, like globally. We had this lingering Cold War that made no sense and that had ceased to define the world's narrative. And we had no meaningful we had no meaningful growth in terms of media, in terms of what you might call paradigm shifts. It was always the same paradigm reinvented for a new medium. So it went from live music to recorded music, which, granted, I mean, accessibility of media improved dramatically, and that was big. And but then after that, after radio and record albums and stuff, TV, movies, and such were just further expressions within that same paradigm. They weren't new paradigm setting things. And the media empires that grew up within that paradigm that lasted for basically all of the 20th century, or most of it, had grown very stale. Like the movies and stuff. I mean, the expression of meaning in media was much less subtle, much less nuanced, and much less directed towards an audience expected to be subtle and nuanced than is media today. So, regardless, there was this vacuum. There was this vacuum of any meaningful intellectual space, critique, whatever, that was only filled by art and artists and music and stuff, right? It's like the things that were cool were also the only things that were right, it seemed like. But in reality, it was this last sunny stretch of utopia before having to grow up. And the internet made society have to grow up, and we're not grown up yet, and we're still like at 13 and 14 throwing various tantrums and shit. But yeah, the internet makes people have to grow up. And what that means is you can no longer peaceably exist in the bliss of your isolated ignorance in the way that you used to be able to, without ever coming in running afoul of things that cause it to get bristly or whatever. So people are a lot more bristly now. And they're a lot less sure. People used to walk around with an assumption that everybody else was like them. And I think that's been shaken by say COVID, right? What's one of the circumstances that COVID's created? It's created a world in which you walk around knowing that you may differ starkly in your position with the guy next to you regarding COVID, and that if it were to come up as a conversation, it would be very clear that each of you were on one side or the other. I can't remember anything in life ever being like that. The closest thing like that was Trump, but Trump was like, you're either a Trump supporter or you're, you know, if you're either a rabid Trump supporter or you're somebody else. So the vast majority of people weren't rabid Trump supporters. They, you know, it's like intelligent people didn't vote for Trump at any point because he was a good choice, but instead because he seemed less bad than Hillary Clinton and or Biden, which is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But sane people didn't think he was a good choice. With COVID, it's a crapshoot. You just do not know whether the person you're standing next to is a freak out alarmist or a freak out alarmist about the freak out alarmism, like me. You know, it's like, this is fucking insane. Can we open up our eyes a little bit, please? Nowadays, my kind of thing has much more voice and is the scary one. It used to be that the alarmists were in that position. So things have changed dramatically in terms of society's understanding of the framings of this. Everybody gets that they can't really defend anything. They're starting to get it, you know. And they tend to be quick to back down and that's what happens when you're in the wrong, and it's generally come to be understood that the emotional side of it no longer gets you past that. I mean, I don't really care. I expect to find out. I don't expect to know. I'm not a knower, you know, and I'm not a deliberator. I'm not an epistemology type. I don't operate under the assumption that I've already figured it out or know about it. I operate under the assumption that I will come up with shit on the fly to figure it out. And that's why I spend so little time operating in the real world, right? Because real stuff you can't do, like you can't deal with the real world like that. Come on, let's go mine for gold. And well, shouldn't we bring some stuff? Well, we'll figure it out when we get there. Or like what I did with the geodes, right? Oh, I'm gonna go look for geodes in the desert. What did I bring with me? Nothing. Not a shovel. Not a bag. I happened to have a bag in the car. I was like, I'm glad I have this bag in here. No, I didn't even have a bag. I had a towel that I used as a bag. I had no hammer, no bucket, nothing. Except water. I brought water. It's like, I get that I have to make sure I don't die of thirst. But I literally thought to myself, I guess, I'll figure it out when I get there. Well, life doesn't work like that. So what's the first thing that I did when I got there? I used one rock to smash open another rock, presumably, and instead smashed my finger. First fucking thing I did when I got there. So NE is terrible when dealing with the actual world. Talk about not needing to know or figure out anything before you act. That's a perfect example of it. Just the idiocy beyond the scope of what anybody would think was possible. If you heard the story about this guy who went out, and the story is he went out geode hunting and, you know, got separated from his car and died of thirst or something, and they find his body, everyone would be all skeptical about it. If he really went geode hunting, why didn't he bring a shovel with him? Where's the bucket? Where's the bag? Surely, if you're going to go geode hunting, you'd bring something with you besides just a bottle of water. And why would he just leave his car right there, parked on the road, walk away with his phone, and just never even try to call anybody, and just die and never come back? Well, the reason is because I had no bars, and I somehow lost the car, and the reason I didn't have any shit with me is because I'm a fucking idiot. And that's all the mystery behind it, you know. Things like that you got to take with a grain of salt, right? When people make those kind of arguments. Well, if you had really gone to the wilderness to dig for geodes, wouldn't he have had a shovel with him at least? And people go, yeah, I mean, obviously he definitely would have. Not necessarily. I went to dig for geodes, and I didn't bring a shovel with me. How telling is that? It tells you everything you need to know about extroverted intuition operating as an actual interface with the real world versus extroverted intuition operating here, where I didn't bring a shovel today. Oh well, that's fine. I'm not digging for geodes anymore. It doesn't work like that when you drive hours off-road down this long dirt road and you realize you don't have a shovel. You can't say all of a sudden, oh, well, then I'm not digging for geodes anymore. I'm just here for another purpose. It just doesn't work like that because there's nothing else to do there. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's responding to all this genius stuff I'm saying. You guys are talking to each other. Shame on you. Shame on you for having fun without me. Rap did not die in the 90s. Okay? I talked to Rap just the other day. He's alive and well. He said, yo, 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 how are you? My name is Rap. What do you do? I said, I'm doing fine. Thanks for calling. Would you like to mine for some ballins? What are ballins? He then asked. That's what I call geodes up my ass. Rap, rap, rappin', rap, rap, rappin', rap, rap, rap. We did the chorus together. Anyway, yeah, he's fine. Rap's fine. His diabetes is well managed. There's no reason he won't live another 30, 40 years. Boy, you want to make Eric mad. Forget that he's the important one. Talking to each other. God. I wanted you guys to talk to each other. Why wouldn't I have titled this live stream, Come Talk to Each Other? Instead, I titled it... What did I title this live stream? What did I title this live stream? Instead, I titled it something else. I don't know what I titled it, but I definitely didn't title it, Come Here and Talk to Each Other and Don't Listen to Me. I definitely didn't title it that. But Eric, you worked with your student on the Communist Manifesto, ignoring us completely while live streaming. Well, that's a good point. But that's not the point I'm making. Right, we're at the very beginning, you guys. You guys should not be starting to talk to each other yet. You haven't yet even gotten to know each other. Okay? This is still the very beginning of things. God, why do I have to repeat myself so often? Especially since it's the very beginning, you'd think we wouldn't have had time for me to repeat myself this often. But you'd be wrong about that. Guys, Neon Frog, Boba Fett, Jack Torrance, nobody cares about your stuff you're talking about, okay? Jack Torrance, go back to India. Boba Fett, go back to Canada. Neon Frogs, go back to the amphibian town where you come from. I'm Jack, I'm switching you and Boba Fett's places. Boba Fett, from now on, you're Canadian. And from now on, Jack's from India. You got demoted a continent, bro. You just got demoted a continent. Obviously, I'm talking to Jack there, because Boba Fett, congratulations, you just got promoted one continent. So, Eric, if that's how NE sometimes looks, interfacing with the real world, what does it look like to have FI before NE? Well, I mean, it's a much different reality because you frame things through regret avoidance foremost, and your NE is a tool function that lets you make sure that the things that are most valued are both protected and promoted, and harm to them is prevented. Neon Frog, you're staying in the same continent, whatever continent you're on. I think you're probably on the subcontinent of Australia. It's just a wild guess, but... what are wild guesses for me are other people's educated guesses. Amphibitorium. Yeah, you go back to your amphibitorium. You tell more of your amphibian lies. If you refer to a poem as doggerel, you mean that it is very bad poetry, or that it is funny because it is deliberately bad. Would you make up a bad poem for us, please? Okay. Winter is The coldest season, the season of the soul, where darkness falls so early now and makes you feel cold. And when a season is so cold, it's not the warmest one. And that's why I'll be very glad when winter soon is done. There you go. Doggerel. It's a bad poem. I mean, it's an incredibly excellent example of a bad poem, but nevertheless. There's nobody who could actually write a bad poem like that that would write that bad poem that well. So it's of the latter sort, I guess. It's funny because it's deliberately bad, but it's still metrically sound and rhyme schemingly sound. So, I mean, if I were to write a bad poem that wasn't that, it would sound like, yesterday I thought I knew. Now I'm not so sure. Bobby thinks he's so sure about what he knows. I can see it in his eyes. I can see right through him. Someday he'll realize how huge a mistake he's making. At that moment, I'll look and feel compassion. But there will be nothing I can do then, because he missed his chance. He Missed His Chance by Amanda Brine or something. I know Amanda Brine's a famous lady, but this one just just some chick in high school has got the same name, you know. It's spelled differently. Her name's Amanda Briney, spelled differently. So that would be an actually bad poem, right? Like, that's not even a poem except for the fact that you arbitrarily put line breaks at the end of your sentences and try to make it seem poetic when you read it or something. That's the kind of poem teenage girls write, you know? No offense, teenage girls. I don't mean to lump you all into one category of idiot. I'm sure there's plenty of you out there who write good poems. But, you know, if you're a teenage girl and writing a bad poem, it's probably sounding like what I just said. Don't be misguided by whom? Don't be misguided by whom? I hope you're not saying don't be misguided by me, because I'm pretty sure that's not possible. I am a sure guide. I will surely guide you to something with surety and certainty. Will be absolutely certain about the ambiguity with which I am guiding you. I'm absolutely certain that I'm not sure where we're headed, and I'm not sure whether you should be hanging along with me, but I am sure that we should go that direction, okay? Approximately. And if it turns out I'm wrong, well, that means we've obviously been placing too much weight on surety. Stop placing too much weight on surety is one thing we could say to each other every day that we don't currently, for reasons unstated, for reasons left unsaid. Still I need up inside my hand. So I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone, down to the bone. I feel suddenly kind of sad. I'm looking forward to getting down to San Diego and seeing Rachel. I miss her when we're separated. We're not apart very much, you know. I mean, We're apart like 100 yards apart, maybe. Not even that, like 50 yards apart, 30 yards apart. But that's common. It's common for us to be 30 yards apart. She might be over there, and I'm over here, you know. But we're really apart right now. She's miles and miles away from me, doing who knows what, with who knows whom. No, I'm not in charge of plans. As I told Rachel many times upcoming this thing, this is sort of her mom's visit slash birthday week, and I am at their disposal. I would like to be as available and responsive to what they'd like to have happen as possible. If it turns out that they want to have more time to themselves to do some things without Eric, that's totally fine. I won't have my feelings hurt or anything. If they want me to facilitate driving someplace, that's fine. If they want me to go with them and enjoy a certain thing with them, that's fine. Whatever they want, whatever Rachel wants, basically. I think Rachel's mom is in the same mindset as me about that. So I'm going down there tonight, and can you guys not talk about that shit here? It probably brings YouTube, what's going on here, around, you know, bots. They're called the what's going on around here bots, and they come look around here and people talk about stupid shit like that. I don't like it. It's ugly conversation topic. Even if it's real and horrible and needs to be, people need to raise awareness about it or something. I don't want to be made more aware of it. I don't like it. It's ugly and unpleasant a topic. So let's just pretend we live in a world where everybody treats children with the right kind of love. Okay? Well, at least S. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not blind to it. I'm asking you to help me remain deaf to it. Okay? I'm already successfully able to not see it. What I need to now be able to do is successfully not hear about it. Okay? Can we just make that happen, please? Do you understand what I am saying? Do you have the right preposition with your stand? Well, I guess that's about all there is to say about everything. Hey, I got everything I needed to say said in just 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's amazing. I'm quick today. No, look, the point is this. I can focus my attention on a variety of different things. And who I be and who I am and what I focus my attention on one way or another are the same thing. So, I don't want to be that, so why would I pay attention to it? Makes good sense. Eric's talking sense again. I'm not ignoring it. I'm pretending it doesn't exist. Big difference. Ignoring it would mean it's going on in front of me. That will never happen. I will never ignore it, okay? If it happens in front of me, you will get immediate response from me, for sure. I'm not somebody who sits quietly and lets bad shit go down in front of him. That is not Eric, okay? I will never ignore it. I am pretending it doesn't exist. That's different. And you're not helping me. In fact,
you're interfering in my ability to do so successfully. So, if we're all back on the same page of pretend, where we can all pretend safely in a world of niceness and pleasantries, and everybody being good parents and good human beings, that's how it's supposed to be, and that's the world we're pretending we're in. It's easy for me to pretend that because that's what life was when I was growing up. That all the bad stuff that happened just like on TV at school when bullied people and stuff. And school was the place of trauma. And that's where it should remain, okay? School is inherently traumatic because it's youth prison camp. So there's no avoiding it. So let's keep all the traumas at school, please, where they belong. Okay, now that we've designated appropriately that all childhood trauma should occur at school, and that if it doesn't, we're not going to talk about it because it interferes with our successfully pretending that the former comprises the totality of the universe, I think I really do need to get ready to go. I got to pack a little bit. I got a bit of a drive. It'll be a couple hour drives probably. And what else do I need to do? Oh, I need to bathe. That's what I need to do. With my bath washing things. Like washcloth and soap and stuff. Okay, anyway. Goodbye, friends. Rachel, if you're still here, I'll see you probably by like 8 o'clock. And I love you, and I'll keep in touch and keep you updated on my progress. For the rest of you, if I see something interesting on the way there, I'll stop and make a short out of it. I was quite surprised, delighted and surprised. Guess which short got like 2,200 views all of a sudden? Few bees, many bees. Many bees, few bees. This little bee video I made outside the margaritas yesterday. You know, I step aside for just a few minutes, like for a minute as we're walking out. Say, hey, let me get this bee video real quick. Throw it up as a short. It's got over 2,000 views already. And it was an interesting flower. It's an interesting plant. I know it's impossible for me to just say goodbye and leave, huh? It's impossible. I just always have one more story I have to tell. So it's an agave plant that shoots out one of these big dong flowers, right? And you can see it on the video. And the way it works, I think, is really interesting. It blooms down here for a little section, and then all the bees go there, you know. And then that section dies, and then the next day, the next little chunk of it blooms, and all the bees go there. So it's got this stretch of dead old blooms below it, where the bees worked for the past week or so, and then this stretch of unopened flower blooms where the bees will continue to work. So if the flower itself decided to bloom all at the same time, like a lot of flowers do, or if it were a singular flower, which it can only bloom at one time, then the amount of time that it can spend getting pollinated by the bees is much smaller than this approach that it has. It's got this thing set up so that it can get pollinated by the bees for a long ass time with one flower stalk by just having it bloom really slowly, chunk by chunk by chunk by chunk by chunk over the course of weeks. Isn't that interesting? It's a smart plant, you know. It's good TE by that plant. That agave plant has excellent pollination TE. I think that plant's an INTJ. I declare that plant an INTJ who had, you know, it's an agave, so it had like 80 years to figure out the best way when it does bloom to get the most action from the bees. And it came up with that brilliant strategy. I know I'll have one very long bloom, but the ones at the very end will be like way later than the ones at the beginning. right? That's a smart plan. That's good NITE, I think. It's understanding the whole system, the way it works, coming up with an excellent solution. Well, this is the thing. If we want to get rid of creationism and evolution, then maybe it's intelligence. You know? And that would explain it. The reason agaves are the way they are is not because of God or evolution, but because they're INTJs. And I guess we must all be ENTPs. Otherwise, why would we be so crazy? Okay, goodbye. Wait, somebody's calling me. Hello? Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Is this Chris?
No,
Chris Stewart? Oh, I'm sorry, wrong number then.
no problem.
Alright.
I'm not Chris Stewart. Maybe someday I'll be Chris Stewart, but not today. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed that story I just told before I said goodbye. Now I'm really saying goodbye. Okay, you can tell because I'm going to go over to this part where we push the thing that says end stream.